Stupid ass shit. Stupid ass fucking audio sharing shit. What's going on? Hello. It's okay. You guys imagined the song in your head. That's all that matters. Kink at pride. Kink at pride. Kink, 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 kink at pride. Please tell me that that's not a thing again. Please tell me that there's not another batch of fucking leftists that don't understand pride again. Please tell me that finally, at least people on the left understand what pride is. Please. Yeah, you're right, Justin. I mean, look, dude, you're making fun of me, and I think that's mean. Because I've got VDS, dude. And that's literally like, there's nothing I can do about that. That's a chronic disease. No, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, all jokes aside, I'd be super happy to not ever talk about Vosh again. I'm super cool with that idea. I don't know that it'll actually be that way, but I really, I feel like that like there's not a whole lot to say after the last one. Like if you watch the shit that we watched and delude yourself into thinking that that's some kind of like hot take by Vosh, some kind of like amazing take, then you're unreachable at that point, and I really don't need to argue anymore. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Destiny the Cuck. I mean, whatever. I don't really judge him for that shit. What I do judge him for is his decision to put all that shit online and to make it all public and whatnot. I think that's a stupid idea, but whatever. I don't have to live his life, so I guess I don't care. But yeah, I mean, you really want to understand Vosh better. You like one of the reasons why I think I'm fixated, I guess is the word, the charitable word to use on Vosh, is because he's such a Destiny clone. Came out of Destiny's fucking chat, became like a little popular caller that would call in there, and then had a whole career made for him, and basically like emulates Destiny, and seems to be like pulling closer and closer to Destiny ideologically as time goes by. They had a big schism because Destiny is a pretty unabashed liberal. He's a liberal Democrat. He is, pro-capitalist, pro-big business, pro-Israel, that kind of deal. And Vosh, was at that time was really like heavily using the aesthetics of leftism, and they had a big schism, big fights, stopped talking to each other. But it seems like, month by month, they're pulling closer and closer together. Now, Destiny's way smarter than Vosh is, for sure. Is Vosh pro-Israel? No, but like when it comes to like economic issues and supporting mainstream Democratic candidates and making excuses for them and making apologetics for them, and he's very much but whatever. I think it's interesting, honestly, because Destiny's got pretty broad influence in the space, and you see it everywhere. His speech pattern is like hypnotizing to some people. He's got this very like fast and authoritative way of speaking, and you'll hear Vosh doing the same thing. And then, my dude, what you have to do is capitulate the trying to do that fucking uber fast, It's just like there's a lot of emulation that goes on, and a lot of it leads back to Destiny in terms of like personality type and presentation style. Never understood the weird hate on Voosh. I see it as a lefty purity testing. Well, I mean, I guess you're, that's a valid opinion. Like, I guess it is a little bit, but I think at this point, like we as lefties have got to figure out how we're going forward. And I don't think I think I'm done listening to the lefties that say just like, keep voting Hillary, hey, in between elections, let's get a lot done. And then what they get done is like, whining about Twitter and buying expensive clothes and shit. You know what I mean? Like back to brunch. We made fun of it. We all made fun of it together, just a scant few years ago. And I think that do the bare ass minimum, go vote for Hillary, and then it's back to brunch time, LMAO, is what I oppose, I really don't care if you vote Biden. There's the secret. What I do care about is that we all start having a serious talk about like mass demonstration, mass protests. Let's start talking about the feasibility of a general strike. And let's start making some moves towards that. You know what I mean? As leftists, I'm with you guys if you're with me. What about progressive victory? We just going to ignore the canvassing and phone banking efforts Vosh funded? To what end? Vosh funded for a lot of justice Dems, right? To what end? What did they do? Immediately cuck to the fucking status quo? Like, not trying to poo-poo the effort, but like tossing a bunch of money into the DNC tends to be a fucking black hole that eats your money. Really wish you'd talk to Vosh about Can't Get Pride. Is that your thing right now, Nikki? Do you want me to rant about Can't Get Pride? It makes me mad not when somebody, because like if it was a right wing dude coming to me and was just like, I don't understand why they got a parade up and down the street in their leather. I'll be like, all right, well, if you are really interested in the answer to that question, I can tell you, it's not going to get contentious, but like when there's a leftist going like, my dude, I think this needs to be family friendly. Like this is just offensive. It makes me want to pull my fucking hair out by the roots because like it's supposed to be shocking. It's supposed to be a shock to your senses. It's supposed to be offensive. It's supposed to be provocative. It's supposed to be sometimes a little raunchy. Like it's a protest. It's a protest against massive, massive sexual repression that drove generation upon generation of gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer people into the closet. And does everybody understand what like the closet is though? Like, do people understand what that is? Because it's not like that's like literally like you don't get to live your truth like everybody else does. That's what the closet is. You've got to pretend you're into things you're not into. You've got to act like you're this type of person. A lot of people went so far as to marry and have children. I mean, it's fucked. It never was a hey, bring your kids type shit. But I gotta say, like, I know younger people are more active, especially in like the LGBT rights space. That's cool, you know. But there are different pride events other than like the mainstream demonstrations where you can take your children. Pride is a month, you know. Conversation with Demon Mama was pretty cool. It shows a side of Paul we don't see very often. He was very hospitable and welcoming. As the well, like honestly, I think it was because it all happened in the shadow of that big salt explosion against Vosh and shit. I don't like. I honestly, I love and hate getting that angry. I love it because it's cathartic to me to blow off a little steam. Um, but I hate it because I feel like it's just misinterpreted. I feel like it's used as just another pile of very short examples that I've got nothing to say about anything. You know what I mean? Like, all I do is just go blah, yeah, yell fucking cuss words at people, and that's it. It's what Destiny, not to bring him up again, calls clip chimping. Is the official term for that. Just taking a little out of context clip and showing it and using it to try and defeat a person's whole argument or slander their character or whatever. And it's just like giving more of that. Hey, Paul, I get off work in about an hour. Would you up to be hearing my criticisms in VC? I don't know where we'd actually do that. I guess we could just call each other or whatever on Discord, because I don't want to tie up one of TJ's fucking voice chat rooms and cause I don't want to have a moderator have to like cater that, but we can probably just direct. But yeah, I mean, I guess if I'm still doing this in an hour, message me and we'll see how we're both feeling then. Yeah, that'd probably be best then. Yeah, so in an hour when you get off, just like pop up in the chat. If I don't see it the first time, just keep, repeat yourself or whatever. And I'll just, get your fucking Discord shit. I'll add you and we can just have a private call or whatever. But I'll put it on video for the stream. So people on the stream can hear. Paul, talking with people are my favorite streams. Love the back and forths you always create. Yeah, it's fun to do sometimes. Yeah, there's no need for a mod. Dude, it's too late and I'm too stoned to, you know what I mean? I just don't want to put anybody, there's no need. I'll cam up and talk working class politics with you sometime. Holy shit. Oh, yeah. Did you debate David Pac-Man on what? Like what topic? Vote blue no matter who. I think I'm a little fucking burnt on the vote blue no matter who shit. I mean, I'll still bring it up when it's contextual, but I don't know that I want to just sit and have the same fucking argument again, because I get it, dude. That's the thing, is like maybe, I don't know. If things hadn't gotten so fucking contentious in the Vosh conversation, maybe we would have come to the point where, I could say in good faith, I get your argument. I understand it. And I might even see a little bit of wisdom in it. Not necessarily more wisdom than, other positions and other routes, but I get what it is. I understand. Like, I feel like that was where the child thing came, because he kept referring to the simplicity of it. It's just math. You got to vote for the less bad. I get it. No, I do get it. And I don't know. I don't know how to make the point that making that your focus is the problem I have. I really don't care if you feel a moral imperative to go vote for Biden, go do it. I'm not gonna, but I also live in a place where that doesn't matter at all, So if you live in one of the places where it matters, vote your conscience, do what you got to do. I don't care. I want to stop carrying water for Biden. If we're going to grudge vote him and do it begrudgingly, I'd rather we didn't carry his fucking water for him for the whole presidency. I'd rather not see all the cozying up and the based Biden licking an ice cream cone, dark Brandon memeing, unironic, this is the best president of our lifetimes shit like came out of Kyle Kalinske. That type of fluff job for this type of fucking piece of shit of a president is what I have a problem with. And how do I say that to the dude without it being insulting? Because basically, I'm saying he's a fluffer. I'm saying he's acting as a DNC fluffer, but that's how I feel. That's what I think. When you highlight every marginally good comment Biden makes and hold it up as some kind of example of him being good, it makes me want to puke, because a lot of the fucking comments that you'd hold up or positions that you'd hold up haven't borne fruit in his policy. A lot of the things you hold up as good things, like the CHIPS Act, those were just economic stimulus for billionaires. Well, jobs will be created. Yeah, jobs are so far beyond not the problem anymore. Like, okay, great. Yeah, some jobs got created. Great. Now, what are we going to do about like starvation wages? What are we going to do about the company talent? I don't mean to be a whataboutist, but what is this singular goddamn fucking focus that people have? And, I just don't understand the necessity to cheerlead. It's like, yeah, if you're going to plug your nose and vote for the warmongering genocide maniac, do it. But why do you got to wave the blue pom-poms for him? That's the part I got a problem with. And I don't know how to present that to dude. And so I try and get around it by arguing the simple facts of the just like more and more minuscule difference between these politicians and political parties and positions, especially on economic populist class issues, you know, and foreign policy issues. It's just, you're not going to see Paul versus Jamie Darkey part 2 ever. I'm done fucking with Jamie. Like, I'm sorry. Like, at some point, it just is kind of like picking on the dumb kid at school or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to be mean or whatever, but she is just not like a well prepared, well thought out debater. And just kind of like, she's a parrot. And I'd rather talk directly to the people she's getting her fucking opinions from than hear them recycled through her. I don't think it was 5 years ago, but um, yeah, it was a while ago. It was a couple years ago at least. Wonder if people who have the lesser of two evils argument can debate with someone who is homeless. They don't want to talk about that. They just accuse you of fucking like not engaging with the point or whatever. When you bring up like, one of the things I brought up a couple of times during our Vosh stream was, at one point he said, who wouldn't vote for Biden at this point? Who would even fucking deny that he's better? And I was like, how about a Palestinian? And he just immediately had moved on from that, never addressed, never engaged with the point, because that doesn't help him. It's why I always try and call attention to the third world when I talk to these kind of like America centric liberal types, because they all profess to care about it when they're covering it as a central issue. But when it comes up in regards to their electoral prescriptions, like Joe Biden continuing to rape the third world, or the climate is another good example for this, them trying to make any kind of argument that Joe Biden has been good on the climate is fucking laughable, and they know it. And so most of the time they just don't engage. The answer is Trump would have been worse. Trump would have been worse. That notwithstanding, they're not engaging with the fact that they're, cyclically, year after year after year after year, voting for the same fucking people that are destroying things. They're picking the third world clean like a carcass, destroying the environment, uprooting the fucking forests and killing the fucking meadows, digging pipelines through Native American fucking holy lands and shit. I mean, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. This is the shit. This is what's going on. But yeah, the kink at Pride fear mongering just seems like it's gonna fucking come around every goddamn motherfucking year. It's just gonna fucking, and it's sad. It really is, because I don't know, man. I don't mean to be mean, but there's just so much other shit we need to talk about. And the fact that that Pride just can't be a fucking thing, you know. We can't move past it. It's got to be a big speed bump every year. Should talk to the guys at the Vanguard. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You don't need to tell me. I don't reach out to people like that. So TJ's, more of our liaison for shit like that. I don't even really know how to do that type of shit. I'm bad at it, man. Like, I've done it before, but I just don't like doing it. I don't like bothering people, honestly. What even is the Vanguard? I'm not super familiar, but they're like a socialist leftist podcast, kind of political commentator podcast. What queer people are really lacking is economic freedom. It's a point I've been trying to bring up over and over and over again, that if we focus on the social acceptance issue to the point of blindness to economics, trans people are never really going to get over the hump. Like, I think it'd be great to be called ma'am if those are your chosen pronouns. But if the sentence being told to you is, sorry, ma'am, your card was declined, then it doesn't really avail you of much, right? You know what I mean? I'm not trying to poo-poo it. I understand it's important. But can we fight for some fucking wages? Can we fight for some fucking UBI? Can we fight for some fucking economic justice? Because I feel like that trans person having some money would probably be the most empowering thing that happened to them. The gay affluent couple a stereotype? I mean, I don't know. I think that everything gets stereotyped to a certain extent. It's not one that immediately comes to my mind. If you were to just say, what's a stereotype in America? I wouldn't be like the gay affluent couple, but maybe it is. Yeah, sorry, ma'am, but your rent is going up again. And you know what the sad thing is there's no sorry in that. I get one of those letters every fucking year. And they never say, sorry to inform you. They're just like, this letter is to inform you that the new rent calculation has come in and this is what it'll be. And it's, it's usually an extra fucking 150, 200 bucks, 300 bucks. It's like, you're never, see, that's the thing, is like, you can butt heads against chuds till the day is long, but as long as they know that you're triggered by misgendering and that's your biggest fucking thing, dude, they'll tie you up in it forever. You'll just be arguing with these chuds forever, and they'll be like, fucking Keck posting about it on 4chan later that night, about how they ran into a blue haired fucking they them Karen and triggered them by calling them sir. And you know what I mean? Like, I understand. Like, it hurts to be misgendered. It hurts to be disparaged. It hurts to have your identity made fun of. I'm not trying to fucking undercut that. But what I'm saying is like, you know, you being called ma'am doesn't buy you a fucking loaf of bread and a dozen eggs, you know? Yeah, you know, not to harp on it. I know I cover this a lot, but whenever I talk to trans people that live in these fucking states, because, you know, we've got a few in our community, yeah, and every fucking one, without a doubt, that I've talked to, and others online that I've seen, you know, in social media and Reddit and this, that, and the other, not necessarily fans of ours, but saying the same thing. It's like, man, I wish I had the fucking money to get the fuck up out of here. I wish I had the fucking money to get the fuck out of Florida. And it's just like, man, I wish we could fucking grant that wish. Because wouldn't that be nice? And see, this is the kind of direct action I'd like to see out of you guys too. So why don't you guys do something? So there was this thing, I don't know if you guys remember it, but it actually made some fucking waves. It made some inroads, at least in people's thinking. Have you guys heard of, it was like in the, I think in the early 2000s that this happened, if I'm not mistaken. You guys heard of A Day Without a Mexican? You guys heard of that protest movement? I mean, to sum it up, it was a protest movement where Latino people were like encouraged to just take a sick day. You know, like don't go to work today. Like let everybody that disparages us racially see what it would be like if we all just left. Let them see like how many jobs we fill. And so why don't LGBTQ people do the same thing? Just be like a day without the rainbow, you know? Could even join with POCs and other, you know, migrants and immigrants. Just make it like a day without all of us. LGBTQ people and immigrants in solidarity today are staying home from fucking work. That would cause some fucking waves. That would maybe focus some fucking, you know, eyes back on the prize here. It's like you're stretching us, you're fucking us out of jobs, you're making it impossible for us to live in your communities. Here's what it's like if we left. I don't know if those groups really like each other, let's be honest. Kind of a shame, isn't it? Kind of a shame that that lingering homophobia is keeping apart two giant fucking waves on the left from working together. Kind of a sad fucking state of affairs, huh? What's your opinion on fat acceptance, Paul? I'm for fat acceptance to the point where I don't feel like fat people need to be subjected to ridicule every day of their fucking lives. But when it comes to like pretending like it's up to everybody's beauty standards or pretending like it's healthy, that's bullshit. I'm not like for that. Not at all. What I am for is just like leave fat people alone. Like, trust me, if you're fat in America, you've heard the talk a million times. You're not going to be the one that inspires me to shed the pounds. Okay. I know about cholesterol. I know the damage I'm doing to my heart and my lungs and my liver and all that bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I've heard it a billion fucking times. I don't need to hear, you know, that I, for fat acceptance, how about just like leave fatties alone? That's where I'm at. Like, just leave us be. We don't need to hear it. We don't need to be the subject of your every commentary. We don't need you to help step in and run our lives. A lot of times, the people that want to do that want to like come at you like, I'll be your life coach, have their lives are just fucking shambles. You know what I mean? It's like, how about you focus some of that shit inward and fix your marriage or stop cheating on your girlfriend or, get a girlfriend or whatever the fuck it is that's, like, how do you have enough time to want to be somebody else's fucking like daily reminder that they're doing shit wrong? Go fucking clean yourself up. Why shouldn't we use negative reinforcement to try and improve our society? Okay. So I tell you what, next time I see you, Jason, I'm going to bully you mercilessly for being a skinny little fucking F slur. I'm going to push you up against a wall and I'm going to call you a little fucking queer and I'm going to smack you around and I'm going to make fun of you the whole time I'm there. You going to like that? I'm just using a little negative reinforcement on something that I think is a social ill. Uh-oh. First they came for the fatties, but I was not a fatty so I said nothing. It's just funny when Jason has like a fucking take like this, and all you got to do is ask him to wear the shoe he's putting on some other group's foot, and it just falls apart. It's just so stupid. Come on, Jason. Yeah, dude, I've been made fun of for being fat my entire fucking life. I've been fat since about the 6th grade. I was chunky. I started getting, chubby in the 6th grade. And by the time I was in high school, I was a little fat kid. I've been made fun of my whole life and I'm still fat. Oh, he's serious? I don't know. I always just treat Jason like he's serious. I don't want to talk about Vosh anymore. Stop with the Vosh posting, please. I'm bored with it. No offense intended. I'm not trying to be brawlic or whatever. I just don't want to. I feel like a lot of times, like, because this show is so chat interactive, you guys will lead me down the same fucking road every time I do this. And I'm just starting to kind of like, after honestly, like a couple of years, I'm just starting to get back like the will and the drive to like do these once in a while. You know what I mean? And it just being a constant retread of the same 3 topics ain't gonna work if that's the case. I don't have any problem not doing these. I really don't. No, it's cool. I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I'm just trying to explain. I don't want every goddamn fucking show to be me answering questions about what I think Vosh thinks about the, you know what I mean? Like, it's just stupid. It's boring to me. It's a boring topic to me. And like I feel like I have the right to say that too because I don't charge you guys shit for this, right? Like I don't even have this thing monetized. I probably never will, honestly. So there's no like, this is fucking my free time and your free time and there's nothing tying us together on that. So I feel like I've got a right to ask better from you guys, at least in here at this show. Because I really do like make an effort to answer your questions. You guys want to do like a Q&A and fucking ask some questions. I'm cool with that. We do that all the time here, really. But I feel like if you go back and watch the last 5 or 6 of these, like it's just a bunch of fucking like people are baiting me into the Vosh and I look, I like spilling the salt on that, but I'm a little bored with it. I haven't seen anything about the Apple Vision Pro other than what it looks like. I think it looks dorky. That's my thoughts so far. I'm interested to see what it does or whatever, but I'm not like, I don't know. I'm not a big tech gadget kind of guy. I'll adopt it down the road if it becomes cool. I smoke moon rocks all the time. I'm in California. Dude, they're just moon rock. Like some people pave their lawn with moon rocks, you know? Paul, you empathize with people like me who find every day they have more in common with the moderate right than the ever digressing left. You know, I used to be a Bernie bro. Um, do I do I have what are you asking? Do I empathize with you? Not necessarily, but I don't write you off either because I think that there is a populist economic argument. I might not be the guy to make it. I might be a little too fucking left for your taste, but I'm pretty sure a fucking lefty unionist could have a talk with you and you guys would agree on 90% of the economic prescriptions that he had. If all you are is just leaning right, if you're not some hopeless fucking neoconservative dork or some shit, then I'm pretty sure that you could find some common ground with the left. So I don't think you're like I don't necessarily I can't really empathize because I can't really imagine myself shifting right. To me, that would be like suddenly going like, you know what? Maybe there is a God. You know, I just don't see I just don't see that in my future. You know, I guess you can't fucking see the future, so I guess I can't say for 100, but you know, I just don't I can't empathize with that process. I can't empathize with like because I look at leftists, like people that are working class, working, you know, just like working class or working poor or even non-working poor and they're leftist. I go no, before even hearing what they say, I go like, well, you know what? At the very fucking least, you're not on the side that would oppress you further. You know, like at the very fucking least, you figured out the basics that you know, you know, empowering the people in a country is better than empowering the rich vampire elites. At least you fucking figured that shit out. You know, I mean, I don't know when Jason's being serious and when he isn't. Like I said, I just treat it like he, you know, is. I give him the benefit of the doubt. You think Trump can play to the working class voter again like he did in 2016? I mean, Biden breaking up that strike and then snubbing unions in Michigan. I don't know if you guys read anything about this, but um I read that Biden's team ahead of his like Michigan trip had scheduled some meetings with the UAW there and the local union coalitions and shit, and the unions were like, cool, Biden's sending somebody to talk policy with us. And do you know what Biden sent? Biden sent one of his campaign team to give them t-shirts and give them signs and tell them where they had to stand. And they were like, fuck this. They were like, we're not your little fucking we're not your little puppets. We thought you were sending somebody to like actually talk with us about getting an endorsement. And so they've like the unions have abandoned him in Michigan. The UAW has abandoned Biden in Michigan because of the snub. So, and that, by the way, if you're not following it, that's one of the states he desperately needs to win that Trump won in 2016. Also happens to be a place with the largest per capita Muslim population in America. And I think we all know how they feel about Biden. Rut-row. Yeah, I heard he tried to do the same thing to Arab leaders, like Arab community leaders and Arab organization leaders in Michigan. Like he tried to send the campaign person to tell them how to shake the pom poms and to give them whatever sign that they could hold. They weren't even like the article I read. The dude said that he had a sign that he wanted to hold that talked about workers' rights now. And they said, no, you have to hold one of the pre-approved signs. Here's your selection. And that's when people just started saying, fuck this. We're not going to pom pom for his strike breaking ass, dude. How are you going to blackmail someone out for advocating support for people trying to exterminate them? Huh? Yeah, no, I mean, that good point. Are you talking about like how do you exert pressure on somebody you've told that you're going to vote for no matter what? I mean, I'm not, I don't, I think that I think that there's a lot of Marxism woven into my philosophy, but I do not call myself a Marxist. And I don't think that Marxism is necessarily the best prescription. I think it would be a good transitional prescription, but I don't think that Marxism addresses some of the things that need to be addressed. Particularly, climate issues and shit. Maybe it puts us a little better positioned to deal with those things, but we need to come up with new ideas, not philosophy. I mean, it sounds trite, and I guess maybe it is in some ways, but I totally agree with you. I'm not the smartest dude on the planet. I'm not like a fucking super heady guy in terms of making these new ideas happen and making them cogent and coherent. But I sure am a fucking advocate for whatever that idea is. I think that idea, honestly, if you want my fucking hot take on it, I think that idea is going to be some kind of like techno socialism. Like, I think this AI shit is going to put so many people out of a job in conjunction with the robotic shit that's happening. I think that there are going to be so many indigent people, and there really is going to be a crisis in America of like, how are we supposed to keep making shit for these people to consume if they can't afford to fucking consume it? And so I think there's going to be a move towards a UBI, and it's going to be horrible. It's not going to be enough, but I think it's really going to be technology that kind of pushes the envelope on some of this shit and forces it to be confronted. And it will be confronted completely inadequately, by the way, but it will be overall a pretty titanic shift. Yeah, the I think UBI is going to be the because you're absolutely right. It's capitalism on life support is a UBI, and that really is where it is now. And I think that's where it'll go. It'll be an insufficient UBI, but it'll be something. It'll help at least at the very beginning for people. I'm looking for a tech job, and it's hard out here. I know. I mean, trust me, it's hard everywhere. It's hard everywhere. There's no, easy market to be in right now, really. I watch let's plays all the time, Nikki. I have a ton of different. I don't want to go through the list because I'm not, I honestly don't want people showing up and being like, "I'm here because the police go." I just like watching but I like watching let's plays of like RPGs and in-depth strategy games. I like ones where they like try and role play something. I do like falling asleep to them. Yeah, that's what I do mostly with them. Is fall asleep. But sometimes the bad quality mics help me sleep. I don't know. I mean, the modern dudes have a lot of pretty good mics and stuff, from what I can tell. I don't know. I watch some pretty old Let's Plays, and the mic quality can be pretty shoddy in those, but like the newer ones. Dude, the best. Okay, I will shout out a fucking person because the best Baldur's Gate Let's Plays that ever happened was a Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were done by this fucking enigmatic Let's Player that I've followed since like 2010 called My Name Is Not Lily. And he role plays through these games, which makes sense because they are role playing games. He role plays a lawful evil elf wizard, and plays through all of the DLCs for both of those games with her, and then has a really great let's play that's unfortunately got a lot of episodes, but it's incomplete. He quit somewhere in there. Of oh, what was that fucking thing? It's not Ravenloft. Was that other fucking D&D game? Waterdeep, not Waterdeep. It's the name of a city, but it was like a 3D game. Uh, what was it called, dude? I can't remember the name of it. But he did another Let's Play, Neverwinter. Yeah, Neverwinter Nights. So he did a full he did a Let's Play of that with a lot of episodes, and it was great, like super great. A real inspiration to me when I did my little narrative, uh, what you call it, Skyrim Let's Plays back in the 2010s. He basically like inspired me to do the Let's Play in that way, where I was taking the audience telling me like, here's what should happen to your character, and then me weaving it into the narrative. But yeah, he's really good. And my favorite Let's Play of all time is still on YouTube. There's a whole playlist of it. It's of a game called The Void, and it's by a guy named Cannibal K9. It's just Cannibal K9 is his name. And he is that is absolutely the most interesting, well done Let's Play of the most enigmatic and strange game ever. And he just clearly loves the game. He knows how to like talk about the systems of the game and make them make sense, and speculate on the narrative of the game, and also kind of draw parallels to different philosophical ideas and stuff. He's just a really chill dude that really loved that game, and absolutely showcased it, in a brilliant and funny and relatable and interesting way. I mean, even if you don't check the game out, Vargas, check out his Let's Play of it. It'll make you want to play the game, probably. I mean, the quality's a little shite because it's old. It's not the best looking Let's Play on the planet, but it's also not the best looking game. It's an old game, too. So I wish someone would do a good playthrough of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream game. There is a good playthrough of that game. The guy that did its name is Grimmith, Grimith. Grimmith. Just search on YouTube Grimmith, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. To me, that's the best Let's Play. You may not jive with his particular kind of raunchy sense of humor or whatever. He's a little bit of a neckbeard, Grimmith is, but I like his Let's Plays, especially the ones where he clearly loves the game. He does some Let's Plays of games where he doesn't like them as much, and they're a little, I don't know, I don't like a lot of those, but he gets obsessed with certain niche video games, and he's very good at deep diving it then. So Grimmith, yeah. That's a really good Let's Play of that game. It's the best one on YouTube, in my opinion. He clearly was familiar with the source material for the game. So yeah, definitely check it out if you're interested. Honestly, it is a really good playthrough of the game. He shows off all the different deaths in it. It's cool. It's like a total showcase of the game because it's one of those games where you can die in a number of ways. So he's not just perfect playing through it. He will die and then go back and show you the right way to do it and talk about all the different things that happen, show you all the Easter eggs. So that's cool. Hey, Naughty Priest, how's it going, my brother? Well, on the topic of Vidya, have you heard of the Warhammer Rogue Trader CRPG? I've already played it. I played over 80 hours of it, honestly. I've got a character that I built that I hate, and I have to restart, and it pisses me the fuck off, but I just can't go forward. I feel like I made some decisions in the beginning part of the game, and I built a character that I just wouldn't have built. I went like a commander character that's all about like buffs, and which that's what I wanted, but he's also got this annoying mechanic where he makes these zones on the map and there are certain effects going on in the zone, but you have to move them every turn to it's just such a pain in the ass. It makes every turn drag ass forever because he's got to move around his zones and pay attention to the zone. It just sucks. Like, so now I know what kind of character I want to make. And so I definitely want to stick with the buff idea, but I'm gonna make a totally evil character. I'm gonna do 100% heretic, 100% warp lover. I'm gonna serve the demonic forces from beyond the fucking materium. And I'm gonna be a psyker as well. So an unlicensed psyker, which means I won't be a psyker till later in the game. But I don't want to be I want to be one that's a psyker that's not supposed to be a psyker. And I want to buff. I want to focus on buffs and ranged combat. So I'm probably going to make him like an assassin archetype with a sniper rifle and level him that way and just have him dole out buffs and big crits from afar, keep him protected. And then I also kind of, because I'm going to be evil, really none of the party members that I will have make a whole lot of sense except for maybe one, like the main party members. So I feel like I want to ignore them for the most part and make my own team of dudes that are all evil. I know they won't have like a storyline or like side missions or whatever, but I did a bunch of those already. Like, so I feel like I don't need to do them anymore. Yeah, I'm definitely tend towards the fucking agents of chaos or the Xenos. I'm because like, dude, for me the Imperium is so hateable. They're so hateable and they're so stupid, you know, because like if the Emperor ever does wake up, he's gonna be so pissed. He's gonna be so mad that they turned his whole fucking empire into a religious hellscape in his name. It's like if you read the Horus Heresy, he was totally against that. He like brutally squashed any insinuation that anybody made that they were to worship him as a god or whatever. He created like, you know, the Carl Sagan society where it was like, you know, knowledge and truth and empiricism. And now, like, you know, fucking 10,000 years later, they're worshiping him like a god and like literally oppressing one another, destroying whole worlds for religious reasons and fucking up everything. Like they better hope they never find a way to fucking resurrect the emperor fully, because if he comes back, he's probably going to kill most of humanity, I would imagine. He's going to start over, dude. It's a do-over time because it has gone off the rails. I got right to the part where I met the Space Marine companion guy, but I hadn't got him on my team yet when I got sick of playing the character. I just didn't build him right. I just did, I wouldn't have chosen that fucking route, level up route and shit if I knew it was going to lead to like that level of boringness. And it really did. It's really boring to play that character. So I want to do, and I'm playing him more like, I don't know, not evil but not good, not like a total fucking cuck for the Empire, but not evil either, like I don't know what a renegade or whatever. And I just feel like a cuck to the Empire most of the time trying to play a renegade. I'm still squashing people in the name of the Emperor and fucking, helping out all the Emperor's fucking people. Like I want to do a whole playthrough where I don't do any of that. And if one of the team members fucking has something to say about it, I'll kill their asses. You know what I mean? I don't want to have any goddamn friends on that ship with any of these fucking loyalist cucks that are on the team. There's only two people that I know of that you can get that would probably be for, who cares about the Emperor? Let's get some money and get some fucking Xenos artifacts. They can live, but everybody else probably dies. Iconoclast, yeah. Yeah, I see. I don't want to play that game anymore. I just want to surround myself with evil fucks, and I want to run around the Empire being evil on my evil fucking ship, and just pretending in public that I'm not evil. But as soon as I get the chance to do something evil or backstab, I'm doing it. That's the way I roll, bitch. Sick of playing nice, but I just haven't restarted yet because I don't want to have to replay all this shit. It's a fun game, but it's those types of games are super tedious, dude. Looting everything and then going through your loot and checking to see if anything is better, and it's got a million different pieces of equipment for every character, and every goddamn fight you're getting like 10 possible side grades, and you got to like, and then your inventory fills up, and then you got, you know what I mean? It just gets like, it's just, they can be tedious and fiddly. And I feel like I played like fucking 60 or 70 at least hours of that fucking game already. And I don't want to just do all the looting and the blah, 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 and the searching every corner of the map for the hidden items and, restart syndrome. Oh, dude, I suffer terribly from restart syndrome, especially in MMOs. Dude, when I play MMOs, I love them. But what I will do is I'll level up a character to like the first major milestone, like 20 or 25 or whatever it is. And I'll start seeing other characters that picked a different class or race doing cool shit. And I'll immediately go like, dude, why didn't I fucking roll a warrior? That looks awesome. Look at that dude with a big axe and he just charges in and like no downtime. Fuck this. I'm gonna be a warrior. And so I'll just like scrap my druid that I spent 40 hours getting to 25, you know what I mean? And re-roll a warrior and have fun leveling it up. And then the same thing will happen. I'll get to 25 and I'll realize that the warrior shit isn't all gravy. And I'll see a warlock sitting there scratching his ass while his pet tanks and his dots tick away. And I'll go, oh yeah, dude, I want to be a warlock. Fuck this. And so I'll scrap my fucking level 20 warrior and I'll make, you know what I mean? Like, I just like, that's my shit. That's how I play those games. It's fucked, I guess, but whatever. I have fun with it. So I guess can't tell me I'm doing it wrong. It's not like I'm, hurting myself with it. I just never get like a character that's, super powerful or end game because I get, I get character envy. KOTOR 2. I mean, dude, that doesn't make you sound old to me, but it does to everybody else. To me, that's like my brother. Yes. KOTOR 2, dude, feels like it was a couple of years ago to me, But yeah, no, KOTOR is awesome. Dude, I love that game. I will stand by it. That the first KOTOR was the first game where that had like a romance subplot or whatever that I ever fucking cared about. Like your ability to romance what was her fucking name? You know, the Jedi, the main Jedi, Bastila. Like your ability, like I actually cared about Bastila by the end of that and wanted to save her and wanted to have her Jedi babies with her. You know what I mean? I wanted to impregnate her and raise a little force child with her and the whole fucking 9 yards, dude, by the end of it. The first game I ever remember feeling that way. Like I was super invested in the character because it was one of the first games I'd ever played that had a significant morality system that was beyond surface level. It really changed the narrative. It changed the way that the characters interacted with you. And, you know, that was just cool. It was kind of unheard of at the time. So I got really sucked into that game. Tell me I'm wrong. There's not such a thing as a wrong play style. Yeah, no. I mean, video games, like one of the things, and I'm not trying to like harp on you Zoomers, but one of the things that you guys have done that I think has kind of hurt video games is you've turned it into esports, you know, and now everybody's like a super try hard. And it's just like video games are supposed to be number one, fun. Everything else is subsidiary. So if you're like fucking around in a game and you can't get past the first level, but you're having fun, like you're having a good time trying, then you're playing the game right. It doesn't matter. Like it's a video game, dude. It's not, you know. It's like right now I'm playing this fucking weeaboo fighter game, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, right? The new one that came out. They just released like the second one or whatever. And I've never played one before, but I got it because the fighting game looked fun. And I'm playing it and I kind of suck at it, but I keep playing it because you know, and I'm getting a little better at it as time goes on. Because I have fun with it. I like the fighting in it, you know. So am I playing it optimally? No, but you're not really supposed to play a video game optimally, especially not your first time through it, you know? Like that's another thing that weirds me out about people is people that'll like go through like guided playthroughs and shit as they're playing through a game the first time so they don't miss anything. It's like, isn't that part of the fun? Like, yeah, you want to do that like a second time through so you don't miss anything, but like your first time, you know, I like to try and find all that shit myself. There really were not always games that were e-sporty in any way. Like, I'm not talking about just competitive. I'm not talking about you just sit with your buddies on the couch and you play. No, that's not esports. Esports is taking that and putting a dumb ass jersey on a pale ass little fucking twink nerd with glasses and then paying him $1 million to beat somebody in League of Legends. That's what, no, dude. You ain't gonna fucking paint with a broad brush. Dude, in the 90s and 80s, there might have been like video game competitions. That was as close as you got to esports. The closest you got to esports was like, you know, the annual LA Pac-Man competition or whatever the fuck, and somebody won $500. Twink nerd with I know, twink nerd with a super model hot Swedish girlfriend. You know what I mean? And drives like a fucking souped up fucking Corvette, like pulls up to the venue in a limo. Like that's a whole different fucking ball of wax, my friend. In the PS2 era, we had people trying to make playable movies and stuff like Kojima. Then comes loot boxes and mobile gambling games. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. It's fucked. Game. I mean, there's still a lot of good games coming out. I play a lot of games still. It's, like I said, it's my hobby or whatever, one of my hobbies. But yeah, I do kind of like miss the days when a game was just a game and you got it as is, and that's what it was. It's kind of why I liked Baldur's Gate 3, honestly, even though I haven't really played through a lot of it. Like, I'm kind of waiting. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I just know it's gonna take fucking forever to play through that game. So I guess I'm just waiting to have the time. But one of the things I appreciated about it is no DLC, no day one DLC, no fucking content pack that's locked behind a $5 paywall. They didn't grift you. They just charged you full price for the game and gave you this giant, expansive, huge fucking game that people are still, exploring over a year later. Still haven't found every little thing and every little nook and cranny, and it's just so filled with fucking content. So, all games used to come that way. You know what I mean? And then maybe they weren't as complex or, in your opinion, as good as Baldur's Gate or whatever. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying, like, when you bought a game, you got the game. Now, they might make an expansion down the road or something. That's not unheard of, but it's like you didn't get the game and then find out you only had access to two characters. And if you wanted the rest of them, you had to pay $5.99 a piece. Or you only had access to one color, and if you wanted to change the costume of your character, you got to pay $20 a costume. Like, that shit just wouldn't have flown. Like, not only did it not exist in my day, but people literally would have scoffed at it and thrown your game in the fucking trash, dude. And the fact that we're just like, that's just how it is now, we're just tolerant of that now, just is sad to me. Dude, because I swear to God, we would have literally we would have died laughing if, like, they'd have released like a Sonic the Hedgehog game and we took it home and plugged it in, and it was like, hook your Genesis up to the internet and pay $5 to unlock fucking Zone 2 or whatever. We would have literally fucking laughed and thrown that game in the garbage and never played it. Oh, it's 100% aimed at kids. It's a way to get kids gambling before it's legal for them to gamble. And there's a reason why it's not legal for them to gamble, because gambling is a crazy fucking exploitative thing that you need to understand, like, before you take part in it. It's not just manipulative of your fucking finances and your money, it's manipulative of your mind. It gets you into a fucking loop of fucking false luck and false hope, and drains your fucking wallet, and the house always wins. That's why you got to be fucking 21 or 18 at the very least in most casinos to place a bet. But we're getting around that by calling it a loot box and putting it in front of little fucking Charlie to secretly be charging on his mom's iTunes account, and she's not paying attention, so she never catches it. And he's just sitting there fucking gambling. Hope I get the skin. Hope I get the character unlock. Hope I get the weapon that I want. It's a gotcha machine. That's the thing, is like, I don't know. I know Ashley was hanging around in here. She might be able to explain a little more because she knows more about like the whole Japanese culture shit. But like a gachapon game, there's basically like these shops in Japan, from what I understand, and they're filled with little figurines, and you pay whatever it is, 1,000 yen, and you turn the little thing and you get a random one. And the incentive is you want to collect them all. So you keep paying, but you keep getting duplicates. It's like a way to keep you feeding the machine for money to get the quote unquote pull that you want. And that strategy has morphed into this huge multi-billion, honestly, dollar industry of mobile games that have people fucking paying huge amounts of money to re-roll this or unlock that, skip the fucking gachapon game and unlock the one that you keep trying to get. I mean, it's a fucking nightmare, and that's like that idea has infested just a ton of AAA fucking games. Like, I can't tell you, I can't even count how many times I've dealt with a loot box now in a game. I couldn't even name them all. It just becomes so fucking rote to me. They all look the same too. It's always like a box and then it rumbles around and light starts to come out of it and it explodes and oh my god, it's purple. That means it's a rare. Oh my god, endorphin rush. Oh shit, it's rumbling, it's rumbling. Oh, the light is white. That means it's a fucking common. Boo. Oh no. Gotcha games are horrible in China too. Apparently, the most money I spent on a game was a free to play MMO with gotcha in the cash shop. Yeah, I mean, there's you can't avoid them now. The gachapon fucking shit is in every goddamn fucking major game now. They got you rolling on loot boxes. They got you to where you can buy extra loot boxes. It's fucked. I try and make the conscious effort to support indie or donate to free games. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'll play an indie game if it's fun. I'll play a AAA game if it's fun. If I'm annoyed by the microtransactions and cash shop bullshit, then I'll quit the game. It's just as simple as that. Like, they got my money already, so I guess they don't care, but they ain't gonna fucking squeeze my tits. Like, I don't mind doing it in some games where that's all it is. It's just like, here's the whole game, you feature complete, and you can buy skins. Like, if you really like the game and you really like a certain character in the game, you can pay to unlock certain skins to make the character look different or give them little inconsequential animation changes, right? Stuff that is just 100% cosmetic. I don't really mind that in a game. I'd rather it didn't have it in there and everybody just got all the costumes. I think that would be cooler. You just unlocked them by playing. But, I don't really mind that. And if I really like a game, like I played Heroes of the Storm, I bought a few skins for that game. I really liked playing the game and I didn't mind supporting the developer of it. I thought it was a really fucking neat game. It was definitely like a way more chill MOBA. It wasn't as fucking try hard and wasn't like a time suck like Dota 2. And it wasn't as punishing and had a lot of fun characters from the Blizzard universe. It was cool. Yeah, throw $5 and get a little skin. Throw $20 and get the mega skin pack or whatever. If I like a character, I don't mind supporting in that way. But this, like, there's you buy a game for full price and then you get into it and like there's a fuck ton of content on day one already locked behind a paywall where they want to charge you again for the game. And then a lot of these games you find out have ongoing systems in them where it's like, yeah, you can play the game, you can get through it. But if you want the really cool flaming swords, you're going to have to roll on the fucking loot boxes. And to do that, you've got to buy fucking, economy crystals and convert those are the most insidious ones. The ones that have like 14 different fucking currencies that you're collecting, where it's like, the more you play, the more you earn currency crystals. And those currency crystals can be turned into 4 different things. Mana moonbeams. These are used to reroll slots on your magical items and replace things. Mana sunbeams. These are used to burn an item and replace it with a rent. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh my fucking god. You've pulled me into an economy where ultimately what I'm doing is putting a fucking $100 bill in a slot machine and pulling the handle. But now you're making it fucking take 50 fucking minutes to obfuscate it. It's just, I know you guys know what I'm fucking talking about too when I say these fucking gotcha games that have got 9 different currencies that you're getting when you play. And you're always just short one, right? Damn, I've got enough fucking mud bricks and moonlight sunbeams to fucking build a house, but I swear to God, not a single fucking dark diamond is dropped. Let's see. Let me go to oh, look at this in the shop. 400 dark diamonds for $59. Damn, all I need is like 20. They're always streaming at the weirdest times. I don't really think it's all that weird, but whatever. Like the other day, I was streaming at my time locally. It was like 2:30 or 3 in the afternoon. And now it's like, I don't know, it's late at night. What do you want? Yeah, it's like 4:30 in the morning. What am I like? Sorry, mom. Do I have school tomorrow? I promise I won't whine when I get up and I'll go straight to school. It's the reason I quit playing Warframe. Same. I really liked Warframe, but yeah, that fucking like ultra currency, mega currency, simple currency, biological material, surface scans. I mean, you got like 9 different pieces of currency you're getting for every piece of content you're doing, and each one of them interacts with the others, and you're always short one. You're always short the one that you need. Between you, Paul, and Scotty, who would what do you mean between me, Paul, and Scotty? I am Paul. Are you saying TJ, Paul, and Scotty? You don't think I'm TJ, do you? Are you drunk? Are you okay? Between me, TJ, me, and Scotty, who would win in a slap contest? TJ, 100%. TJ's got the biggest, longest fucking arm. Like you don't understand. Like if you like, people just don't get it. If you've never been in TJ's presence, I don't really think you appreciate how big TJ actually is. I'm tall, you know, and I'm 6'1". All right. I'm a big dude. TJ dwarfs me. He's like head and shoulders taller than me. He's huge. TJ's got reach. He would slap the fuck out of if we did that like thing where we stand still and trade slaps. It would be like trying to slap box an ogre, dude. You don't want to do that. Like even if you get to go first, you ain't gonna knock TJ out in one slap, and then he is gonna, dude. He will knock your head right off your shit. You're going out. He will slap you fucking cold dead asleep. Nah, TJ's not like I don't know. He doesn't like menace. He's not a menacing person. That's not what I'm trying to say. Like, TJ doesn't really throw his like size around like that. He's not like a brawlic guy. He's like socially awkward, you know. And he'd say that. I'm not trying to talk shit. Like TJ's got like social anxiety and shit. He doesn't really like talking with people or being around people or interacting with them and shit. He's not like a big type A brawlic dude. He just could be, right? That's the point. Like if you were to get in a fight with TJ, he's way bigger than you. And if you're not a trained fighter, he's probably gonna fucking knock you dead ass out. Because like whatever you land on him is just not gonna do anything near the damage that he can inflict on you. He's just got big long arms. He's a big dude. He doesn't exude that energy. He's not like a big brawlic bro kind of guy that's throwing around his fucking, giant status. But I wouldn't. I don't think it would be smart for a normal sized person to just try and step up. Yeah, all right, Stone Butt. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna go fill up my drink and take a pee, and then when I come back, we will figure out the logistics of getting into a call together, I guess. And I'll hear you out. So Paul versus Stone Butt. It doesn't have to be a versus. We're gonna talk about our disagreements. I met Stone Butt earlier in TJ's Discord, I believe, and I said that I would be happy to talk to Stone Butt about their disagreements with me. So we'll see what's going on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna fill up my drink. Yeah, and we'll do that. We'll see how that goes. You know what? Let me figure this out now, because this should work. And it'll give, at least I'll be able to play something for you guys. Oh, and maybe that's why. Okay. So you guys have to tell me in chat if you can hear this. I'm too blue, baby. I'm a fucking loser, baby. Ooh, ooh. It's me, Tim Blue. Let me pull my Tim-bone out and suck on it like a pop. All right. Well, enjoy the Tim Pool song then while I'm gone. It'll probably run out before I'm back, but at least you guys have got a little something to bop your heads to. I'm Tim Blue, baby. I'm a fucking loser, baby. Ooh, ooh. It's me, Tim Blue. Let me pull my Tim-bone out and suck on it like a popsicle, yeah. Cause I'm a bitch. I'm a little bitch. I'm Tim Blue. And I sing like this. I'm a fool. And I think I'm cool, but I'm not. And I think I'm cool, but I'm not. La 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 la. I'm a fucking girl. La 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 la. I'm Tim Blue. I'm Tim Blue. I'm Tim Blue. La 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 la. I'm Tim Blue. I'm Tim Blue. I'm Tim Blue. La 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 la. I'm Tim Blue. I'm Tim Blue. Okay. Let me open up my Discords. The bear went under the mountain to see what it could see. The bear went under the mountain. The bear went over the mountain. The bear went over the mountain to see what he could see. All right, message requests. Is that where it's going to be? No. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, whenever he gets back, he just post in the chat and we'll figure it out. We'll get in the room. I don't like making fun of bald people because I feel like I'm gonna go bald eventually. I mean, that is the fate that most suffer. Most men gonna lose some hair, most likely a lot of hair over the course of their lives, especially if they have a relatively long lifespan. What I feel bad for is those poor bastards that start balding in high school. I had a friend that was already fucking thinning out in high school. It's like, oof. All right, so how do we do this, Stone Butt? What's the best way? We were in TJ's chat together, so I could probably find that, maybe, possibly find you in here and then add you as a friend so that we can do a private call. Is that how we do it? You have to forgive me. I'm not the best at Discord. I don't really pay much attention to Discord anymore. And it's been a long time since I really fucked with it. So I don't know what the best way to do it is. You're probably better at it than me. So if you want to try and fucking add me as a friend or send me a message, request or whatever, then I will take it from there. I can add you and we can call if that's how you want to do it. If you know a better way, let's do it that way. Sent request. Okay, let's see what I got. Friends pending. And you're just stone butt, right? On here? Stone butt. Is that how it's going to show up on here? Or is it going to, is that just something? Okay, there it is. Stone butt. Got it. Boom. Oh, excuse me. Now we're friends, so I should be able to just call you. I'm going to do that now. And you're okay with being on the stream and everything like that, right? You're not going to fucking want to get your capitulation in the chat. All right, you're fine. All right, I'm going to call you then. Let's see. How do I do this? Stone but add upload. No, I don't want to upload a file. I want to fucking call this dude. Where did they move this to? Why did they make this so hard? Can I just right click you maybe? Call. Yes. Okay. That's how I'm going to have to do it. Okay. And then chat, just let me know you can hear everything. All right. I can hear you fine. I'm going to turn you up a little bit on my end. I think that's better. Okay, cool. I can hear you. And I think the chat can hear you, so we should be good. Oh, wait, no, the chat cannot hear you yet. Because I did not share the fucking tab yet, so we'll do that. Yes, and share the system audio. And we'll just do it like this. Okay. All right, so go ahead and say something there, stone ass.
Rock ass.
Rock ass, man. All right, they should be able to hear you now. Let me know if you can't, and we'll get this fucking ironed out before we move on.
Alrighty.
I hate that okay, good now. Okay, Chris is a long time guy. I trust him. So okay, we can hear you.
All right. So
yeah, so before we get started, I believe you're active in the subreddit, right? I think I've seen you posting there.
yeah, I'll be honest. I've said some unkind words to you.
That's true. I was gonna say your posts have a bent that are distinctly anti-Paul, right?
I guess it's when you like agree with like 95% with someone else. That 5% gets like elevated to such a degree that's
Sure, because you want to be on the same team with them, and you feel like they're just being
yeah
real dumb on this one thing. And I can
yeah
totally say that I've experienced that same feeling. So I get it. I understand that.
yeah, and yeah. I I want to move this. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, just chill out. No need to be nervous. I'm not here to fucking eviscerate you or anything. We're just gonna
Yeah.
have a talk. Yeah.
Yeah, I really do want to move this whole discussion forward because I've been ever since what was it? Oh yeah, the 2020. I've heard I've heard you go on about being anti lesser evil and the whole discussion around Trump v. Biden and all that horse shit. And I feel like we're just spinning our tires in the mud because
Sure.
there's one hang up that I simply cannot get past regarding third parties.
Okay.
Um I would in a heartbeat drop the Democrats, definitely drop Republicans, and vote for a third party if I saw some evidence that a third party, whoever it is, whoever it was, can actually win.
Sure. Um,
And
well, I feel like you've kind of stuck yourself between a rock and a hard place with that position a little bit, because on one hand you're saying you desperately want this thing, but you're not willing to participate in it because it can't win. And but hold
I'm not.
on, the reason it can't
Okay.
win is because you won't participate in it, but it can't win, so you don't participate in it, but it can't win if you don't. You know what I mean? It's just it's kind of like a logic loop in my mind, is how I see it.
Mind if I clarify?
Sure.
Uh, I'm if a third party, the whole reason why I vote Democrats, unfortunately, and not third parties is they're the lesser evil that they can win. If I saw a third party
Mm-hmm.
that could win, they
Mm-hmm.
would immediately become the
Well,
lesser evil.
right, but if that third party is to win, it's going to have to get mass support, which means you and everybody like you is going to have to jump on board and support it, right?
Um,
That's kind of the problem,
I,
right?
yeah, but you still, I'm only one guy,
Me
and
too.
I work 70 hours a week,
I understand. I've
and
been there.
yeah,
So I understand.
and
I'm not asking you to start the movement. I'm just saying that if something
I,
comes along, you have to support it, right? Like, because if you
uh,
don't, if
it,
you just keep going like it's not possible, and everybody keeps doing that, then
if
it
I
won't be. Then it's a self fulfilling prophecy. Then yeah, it isn't possible because nobody's.
if I did see something moving, if I saw like I don't know, the Green Party suddenly
Yeah,
getting like really fucking popular, like, and there's this, you know, not just one person that's leading the whole charge, but there's like a group, like an entire group of people
like
leading the
labor
charge.
unions, for example, which
Yeah,
is what I advocate for. If there was like a new workers' party, a labor focused
uh,
American political party, would you be all over that like flies on
I'm
shit?
I'm trying to start a unit in my own factory.
So yes, you would be.
It,
So that's what I'm
but I,
saying, man. It's like, okay, you like, because, I don't know if you are one of the people that's levied this criticism, but I know you've seen it if you're active on our subreddit. People going like, all Paul does is talk, but when's the last time he started a labor strike or whatever? That's retarded. Like, I'm not in the I'm not in this like space anymore. I'm self-employed. It's been fucking over 10 years now since I've worked any kind of like public job, union or no. You know what I
you
mean?
don't have to go outside, or you could help start a labor movement.
Well,
You know,
sure, but like I feel like I'm kind of doing that, right? So what do I have? I don't like despite what people think, I don't have a ton of money. Now I'm a frugal dude. I save money when I can, so I'm not saying I'm fucking indigent. I'm not poor, but I ain't rich. Trust me. So I don't have the money to pour into a ton of different fucking things. I'm saving for my own like retirement and a future for my wife who's younger than me. Once that's one of the things you have to confront if you're going to be in these relationships with an age gap is like, I'm going to die way before she does. And I'd like to leave a little something for her. And I think that that's a perfectly normal thing. And so it's like, yeah, I can give to charities here and there. I do, by the way. But I don't have the money to start a platform, and I don't have the savvy or knowledge to start a social media revolution. I'm not that kind of a person. I don't really attract people that way. I would be in a labor movement. You know what I would be? I would be the dude with the bullhorn standing on top of the fucking truck trailer, riling everybody up. I'd be good at that. That's never the leader. The leader is, strategizing somewhere, and there's a dude whipping up the union down there on the line, and I'd be good at that. I'm a good agitator. I'm not a leader. And you can't expect me to start a new labor movement if I can't expect you to. I mean, honestly, you're better placed. You're in the labor space. You just said you're trying to start a union. You have a better hook into the labor space right now than I do. I've got a bunch of memories from 10 years ago, and those are fading, like the relevancy of those are fading. Things have changed in 10 years. You're in it now. So your voice is just as popular or just as needed as mine. That's from my perspective anyway.
Yeah. I honestly, I think through education, like you can, like, um, like for example, why not have like, you know what, a couple of years ago, and I hate to bring up his name, but Vosh had this guy from the Industrial Workers of the World, the IWW.
Yep.
He had a representative on twice.
Okay.
A couple
Yeah,
years
I think
ago.
I think I saw at least one of those. I believe it was a lady,
Yeah,
right?
I think it was a dude.
Was it a dude? Maybe I'm thinking of another union. I don't know, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think something that you and maybe DJ and Scotty too could do is um bring on some union reps. Maybe once a month or once in a great while, invite a labor organizer and talk about how to organize a union. Cause me, I'm drifting in wind right now. All I'm doing is I've asked about a dozen or so folks at my place, and I'm waiting on a phone call back from United Steelworkers.
Sure.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, that's valid. I think that is a good point. We just started playing around with the idea of this being a guest, a show that will include a guest now and then. For the longest time, that just wasn't part of our format. You know what I mean? Like we really had no history of guests. But recently we've had a few guests on, and I think it's worked out okay. And I think that's valid. Having if we can get somebody in the union space, an organizer, a local organizer, a national organizer, or something to come and talk with us about the importance of unionizing and what a third party might look like with unions having influence over it. I think that would be a fun show for sure and informative to people. But
yeah,
I feel like I do a lot of advocacy for the labor position. I feel like I stand up for working people whenever I see someone maligning them. And I feel like that my voice reaches further than your average internet user does. I'm not claiming I'm some kind of e-celeb or something, but I've got a sizable audience, and that audience reaches outside of itself to other people's audiences. And I'm doing my best. And I'm a flawed guy. I get mad too easily. I sometimes take things. I don't know. I'm an Irishman. I'm irascible and I'm angry, and I don't mind taking things to personal insults because for me, those are water off a duck's back. I could call you a fucking cunt today to your face, and then tomorrow be like, dude, I'm sorry. Let's get a pizza. You know what I mean? To me, it's not that big a deal, but to other people, it is, right?
yeah,
And I'm trying to work on being better always. And the thing I think for me in 2023 is going to be working on just feeling better about how I interact with people. I don't want to be mad all the time. I'm not saying I'm
yeah,
going to be like some kind of pussycat from now on, but I don't have to be mad all the time. And you know what? I'm going to call you to account. I will be honest with you. Having a bunch of people, because it's not just you over in the subreddit, there's like a gang of dudes, right? Or it's just you with a bunch of alts. I don't know, but there's like a gang.
I have no time to be on
I
Reddit
believe you.
any more than I do.
You're a working person. You've got other things going on, but you can't deny that there's probably a good, I don't know, what would you say, 8, 9, 10 people over there that are just fuck,
Uh,
man. They're constantly beating me up over everything I say and do. And I understand it's trolling. And this is how they're trying to make me feel. I think you are one of those people. Because like you've said some fucking you've had some pretty uncharitable fucking takes on me there. And I'm not trying to hold you to account for every little. I understand it's different when you're talking to somebody and shit.
A lot of that is out of frustration because
right, I get it,
I
but like if you step into my shoes for 1 second and I was saying all that shit to you every time you had an opinion, you probably hate my fucking guts too, and you'd probably get angry a lot if you were reading that shit every fucking day. It
Paul's
sucks.
ego is a human.
I mean, yeah, of course I am. I'm a human being. I have
Yeah.
feelings and stuff, dude. I have emotions. I love kitties and warm little puppies and frolicking in the sprinkler in summertime and shit. You'd be surprised. No, I think that plays into itself. There's an energy that feeds itself. So I'll be a loud, angry, insulting, dismissive, kind of smug dude, right? I'll be angry and I'll yell, and then people will fucking do that same thing to me in the chat, in the fucking comment section, in the subreddit, on Twitter. Back when I was on that, it was a constant barrage of the same bullshit. Just like everywhere I step my foot, I'm getting this kind of like anger and dismissiveness and insulting bullshit thrown back in my face. And I think it just feeds itself. I don't think I'm because like I get like it's not even really like the insulting shit that bothers me, honestly. Like people call me fat or whatever. It's like people saying like just misinterpret my argument constantly. Will
I think
say
there's a lot of that going on.
there's a well, yeah, there really is when it comes to me. And I don't know if you're guilty as some of the other ones are. I really would have to go and look at your posts, and I don't really care enough to, but there's been a lot of like Paul always says this, and then what follows it'll be like something I've never said, something I've never advocated for. They still have not stopped saying that like I'm anti-voting or whatever. Like that position has so been made clear. I'm not anti-voting, and if you feel like it's your fucking moral imperative to vote Biden, go do it or whatever. Good luck.
Mind if I defend that position as
Well, you don't
devil's
need
advocate?
to, because I'm not like that's the thing is like I'm not saying it's a bad position. Like if you want to vote Biden, if that's how the best thing that you feel like you want to do, go do it. Now I'm in Cali. My vote isn't going to count for shit. I could write Yogi Bear on the fucking ballot, and it's not going to matter. So I'm not going to vote unless I'm giving a compelling reason, given a compelling candidate to vote for. But if you live in a
Well,
swing and you want to vote Biden, do it. I don't care. But stop sticking up for him. Stop overblowing every little thing that he does that's semi positive, and stop getting mad when people try and hold him to account for the horrible things he's doing, like funding genocide, expanding the war. It's like, I've been a constant voice of moderation when it comes to that shit, and I always catch shit for it no matter what. And I really don't understand that, especially because I'm surrounded by like people that call themselves leftists. Leftists used to mean, among other things, anti-war, anti the industry of war and the continuation of war and the proffering of war. Like that used to be part and parcel with leftism when I was coming up. Not anymore, I guess. It's dead. And because I still adhere to that, I'm pretty demonized, like I'm treated like a pretty big piece of shit, which kind of leads to me acting like a fucking asshole a lot of the times. Because I feel like, well, every goddamn comment section I go into that's not one of ours is filled to the brim of people just shitting on me like I'm some kind of fucking total turd that never had an experience in his life, never politically advocated. Like I don't know what I'm talking about, in all these people's minds. And I'm like, look, I'm not like some kind of professor, right? But I've been alive a long time. I paid my way through this life, and I've been a political advocate since I was a fucking teenager. Does that not count? Like, I'm not retarded. You may not agree with me, but I'm not fucking pulling shit out of my ass. I've done it, I don't get it sometimes with you kids.
yeah, I mean, yeah. Um,
Because you're just mean, man, sometimes to me. And I guess I'm mean to you guys too, but fuck, bro. Like, where's that cycle end? Because if you want to keep doing it, I'll keep doing it. You know what I mean? I'm fine with it keeping going the way it is. I'm not trying to make you the representative of every Paul hater or whatever. I know you ain't, but you're one of them. You know, you're one of the people that's there every time I got to talk about how stupid and childish I am, how right Vosh is, how fucking pwned I was in every goddamn talk I've had with him, how I don't make any sense, how I'm childlike, how I'm, do you think any of those things really?
to a certain to a certain extent, a little bit.
Sure. So, like, how so?
Well, let's take the anti-war stance. Um, there's the anti-war stance. It can be like comparable to the freedom of speech stance. If you know what I'm talking about, like the paradox of tolerance. Like if you just allow all free speech, like as if you would like just oppose all war,
Mm-hmm.
you would um possibly uh yeah, you would destroy free speech as well as you would.
Well,
Um,
I don't know if this is the best analogy in my opinion because that
yeah, let me just uh say it out loud.
sure.
The whole Ukraine war thing.
Uh huh.
Like I I'm of the belief that it is the anti-war position to help support Ukraine so they with military uh shit so that they can bring themselves to a position of strength so that they can negotiate with Russia. Because if right now, if we just abandon Ukraine like the Republicans are doing right now, um, we would we would basically set Ukraine up to be invaded again in another 10 to 15 years. I've heard that there's things going on in Moldova, some sort of separatist group group going on in there.
Yeah, I mean, not to interrupt, but just as an aside, I've heard that Zelensky and his military commanders are kind of having like a little fucking feud and shit. They're not really agreeing with some of the things he's deciding to do, and he's not really following their prescriptions for the war. They like one of the things that came up was that they feel like he's listening more to the United States than to his own on the ground commanders when it comes to like what to be doing. So I mean, it's not roses over there, and things are like, man, that's so grim. How many people have died for that? You know, I mean, like just looking at that loss of life, do you really think that 250 some odd thousand people on, if you take both sides into account, was worth protecting that little strip of fucking land?
I think it's worth to keep another 250,000 people from dying in another 10 to 15 years.
How so?
Well,
From what I
I've
understand, the people in the region that's contested are largely Russian identifying, Russian speaking people, right?
I've 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 heard that there's plenty of
Right. I'm sure that
Russian
it's not
speaking.
everybody, but the demographic, as I understand it, is as you can fucking look and try and find something that says different, is that the vast majority of people that live in what we call the Donbass, so Zaporizhia, fucking the three main fucking areas, are Russian speaking and Russian leaning people. And so
I don't know if I can trust if they're Russian leaning. I mean, Russian
well,
speaking. I mean,
what I mean by that is not necessarily that they agree with everything that the Russian government does, but they culturally Russian leaning is what I mean. They identify themselves culturally more as Russians than Ukrainians.
But do they want to be
No,
forced back?
probably not. They don't want to be forced into Russia. But I'm asking you, would that happening and them being allowed to flee if they wanted to, or given the option to stay and just continue to be Russians, like, is that atrocity, like putting those people to that choice, better than 250,000 young lives from both of these fucking countries? You know,
Could you repeat the question, please?
is is this do you apply the same weight to those people being uprooted from their homes possibly, or having the country change, knowing that they're already like demographically Russian leaning, right? do you
I
think
mean,
do you think that that
it.
is morally the same or equivalent, or that injustice is worth 250,000 young lives which have gone into the dirt in the Donbass over this, both
I,
Russian lives and Ukrainian lives and civilians on both sides alike? This is
I, it's not them being forced to move, or I think I believe it's if we don't stop Russia's imperialism, rampant warmongering, especially with Ukraine, especially with the type of treaty that we had with Ukraine and Russia regarding Ukraine. I think I think it's worth it to stop more wars in the future, because if we let Russia right now just simply take over and have a that they'll have nobody knows, but they'll have a victory. And in another 10 to 15 years, well, what's stopping them from performing yet another invasion, take up
sure.
more
So
land?
I have an answer to that, or at least a hypothetical answer to that. So let's go back in time and let's say that instead of arming the Ukrainians, we ordered them to stand down and we went to the fucking table and we negotiated a peace settlement, like a settlement involving the transfer of part of the Donbass. I don't care. Choose whichever one. Choose Luhansk, Donetsk, whichever one you want, right? And
We already had
well,
a
hold on,
treaty with
hold on,
Russia.
hold on, hold on. We go to the table and we say, look, all right, we understand the people here, largely Russian identifying, largely Russia speaking. We understand that you have historic ties to this as a country, as a territory. We understand your economic drivers wanting access to the Black Sea. We get it. We get it. We get it. We get it. Right. But we're going to give you a strip of what you want. You're not getting the whole fucking Donbass, but we'll give you, we're coming to the table to talk about what you will get. But in exchange for that, we're bringing the rest of Ukraine into the UN. And if you step another fucking, or into NATO, sorry. And if you step another toe into Ukraine, then it's on, right?
How do you get Putin to agree to allowing Ukraine into NATO?
He doesn't have to agree. He hasn't agreed with he didn't agree with fucking Finland being in NATO and they just joined.
But we're gonna. But you this plan you're having, we would have to negotiate with Russia, with Putin, and we would have to get
Yes.
him to agree to Ukraine joining NATO.
No, we wouldn't. We would just say
Otherwise,
you lose fucking rights to govern anything else in Ukraine. You get Donetsk, but after that, Ukraine is free, and at that point, there's no civil war blocking them from joining NATO because that's been the excuse. Because these areas, this wasn't just like Russia just decided to invade Ukraine. The skirmish over this area has ongoing for over 20 years. So,
since 2014,
well, yeah, close
I
to
believe.
20 years or close to 10 years. So the
About 10 years.
right, the fucking fighting has been going on over the border skirmish has been going on for a decade already prior to this invasion. So that's the excuse that we have for not letting them into NATO, because that's part of the charter. You can't be involved in any kind of border skirmishing or any kind of civil war or dispute of power and join NATO. And so that would, ceasefire, give them a strip of the Donbass, and look at what that avails both of these countries of. Russia doesn't go into the fucking poorhouse sending all its war machines there. Ukraine has 250,000 young people back to, fucking pilot a workforce in a growing democratic economy that's now a member of NATO. So they've got a little bit of fucking limited red line protection against more Russian aggression. And we all go on with our lives. And there's not 250,000 fucking people taking the dirt nap.
But
you telling me that is somehow like worse than the ongoing forever war that's going on in Ukraine now? Like, how?
I'm not saying it's worth. I'm just. Putin is not stupid. He's going to know exactly what Ukraine is going to do, and he's going to say no.
What do you mean? He's gonna. Well, he can say he said no to fuck. He opposed Finland. Finland shares a border with Russia. He didn't want Finland joining NATO. They did it anyway. When NATO is a fucking organization that was made to contain and control Russian influence. Why the fuck would they care if Putin wants a nation state to join? He doesn't want any. He doesn't want. He doesn't want it to exist. Of course, he doesn't want any more.
But how are we going? How are we going to negotiate with Russia to carve out a little slice of Ukraine so that Russia can be happy? How do we make Putin happy with? He's going to know that Ukraine is going to run off to NATO. He's going to know Ukraine is going to run off to NATO.
So, if we give him a good chunk of what he wants, and he doesn't have to spend $1 trillion to get it, they've been threatening to put Ukraine in NATO for a long time. It's one of the reasons why he invaded. Or at least that's one of the excuses that he gives, was this increasing NATO activity in Ukraine right on his borders. He sees that as a threat. So he wanted to,
there was also the blood and soil aspect of his speech where he just denied the existence of Ukraine as a valid state.
Ukraine has a long cultural history, as does the entirety of Russia. The entirety of Russia used to be disparate peoples that lived in the same continent, but shared some cultural ties. In a lot of cases, a lot of cultural ties, but had their own national identity. And then those states conglomerated, just like here in the United States of America. They were carved out and created in different zones and conglomerated under a centralized government and lived together and worked together as one country for a very long time. And I feel like people in your position want me to ignore that in favor of talking about like the ancient Ukrainians pre-fucking royal dynasty Russia, and like, yeah, I get it. Like, they have a fucking cultural, I get it. They have a cultural identity that transcends the existence of Russia as a giant state, but they have a long history of being Russia. Well, not Russian, but like members of the United Socialist, Soviet Socialist Republic.
Well, that's only about 80 years.
That's a long fucking time. That's a long history. That's a long entanglement. And they're neighbors despite that share a fuck ton of cultural similarities, including direct similarity in language. Ukrainian is understandable by Russians and vice versa. It's like a dialect of Russian, by the way. So it's not like these people are like living on some other fucking continent and have got no ties to Russia or whatever.
I never made such a claim.
Right, but you're treating it like it is. You're treating it like Ukraine is this completely separate thing and has no fucking common history with Russia or common culture, and that it's just odd that Russia just wants to take a piece of it. You're ignoring the fact that these
No,
people,
Putin wants to take a piece of it.
well, that's what I mean, right?
Well, Putin is the one who wants to completely erase the Ukrainian identity. The history of Ukraine is under Russian rule has been one of near constant genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Well, Ukraine was is the country where fucking Chernobyl is. So there were factory towns. I mean, the Soviet Union was brutal, dude. It was brutal to everybody. What do you think? People were living good in Stalingrad during the fucking USSR?
I think Ukraine had it especially bad under the Soviet Union.
Do you think the people up north were treated anything humanely in northern Russia and like the fucking
They
what?
had food during the Holodomor genocide.
Sure, they had food during the fucking what? So
I'm not saying that everyone, that nobody had it bad.
I just
I'm
don't
saying
understand what the fucking sudden interest a bunch of Westerners have in the complicated and culturally interwoven history of Russia and Ukraine that's worth 250,000 lives and hundreds of billions of dollars.
because I believe that stopping Russia with their invasion now will stop future wars and future
You think so?
genocides.
You think
I
so?
believe so.
So you think Russia, if we just beat them here in Ukraine, they're just going to be cucked for the rest of fucking time. They're going to collapse under their own weight and get
Putin's not going
overthrown.
to live forever. Putin's not.
Do you really think that matters, dude?
I think so.
Do you really think that Putin doesn't have his lineage set up so that some fucking stuffed suit just like him takes his place? Do you really think there's not a fucking million dudes in Russia right now that would love to be in that position and would act just like Putin? You act like
Um,
Putin is some kind of Sith Lord that came out of the sky. He's just a Russian dude. It's a Russian spy that made his way to the top of the government and ran it like a tyrant. And guess what? When he croaks, there's going to be another tyrant that's going to take the reins, and who knows how bad he'll be or she.
I really don't. I really don't know because Putin. Oh, Putin is getting old. I mean, the people who had it good during the Soviet Union, they're all getting old.
Yeah, and
They're all
those people are the same people that have it good now in America. Rich people, factory owners, trust fund babies, people that had ties to manufacturing, people that had ties to national parks, people that, you know what I mean, like the people that had ties to the government, the oligarchy. They were doing well during the Soviet Union. Everybody else was squeezed to the point of collapse. Why do you think that fucking place collapsed? The social services broke down. It finally got to the point where Russian citizens could not rely on any kind of social service from the government. And it shattered into a million little fucking pieces and then put itself back together again. You know what I mean? This is a complex fucking history, and we're talking about more modern history. I understand that. But to say that we have to ignore the last 100 years of Russian history in favor of the fact that there was like tribal differences in the fucking Mongolian relatives that make up a lot of Russia and its tribal fucking past is
I've
fucking silly to me, dude. I'm sorry.
I I've been highlighting the last 100 years of Ukraine under Russia, of all the former Soviet states under Russia.
Right. And all of those most of those Soviet states are back under Russia now. And
Most
they're
of them are in NATO.
well, a lot of them are in NATO, but what do you think? The whole fucking continent of Russia it fractured. It decentralized. The whole north, the whole east. Yeah, like Russia had to put itself back. It was like Humpty Dumpty. When the Berlin Wall fell, it fell on Humpty Dumpty and cracked his shell, and he had to put himself back together again. And that's what this war is, at least some level, about. Putin is trying to reclaim the golden age of Russia. And
But how many more generations of dictators of Russia are going to have this memory of the golden age of Russia and Soviet Union?
I don't know how many more generations of Americans are going to remember the greatest generation and the economic opportunity that sprang forth after it.
I'm pretty
I don't
sure.
know. I don't know how many people are going to remember when America wasn't at war. You know, there are fucking just like a whole generation of whole ass adults having children now that have never known America to not be at war. They've never known peace one day of their lives. So, you know, like I understand Putin, genocidal monster, horrible guy. Don't we got other fucking problems to deal with here at home? Don't we though?
I, well,
Why are we
yeah,
all suddenly concerned about this tribal conflict
this
to the point
this
where
is
we're willing to
this
like
is
watch?
hundreds of thousands of lives. This is not a tribal
I no
conflict.
no I yeah no I get it, dude. That's what I mean. We're all so fucking suddenly, and it's because you know, I don't mean to denigrate you, but it's because you were led around by the nose by the media and commentators and told to care about it that you even give a fuck about Ukraine. If those same fucking dudes like Vosh and political commentators and news outlets had been like, this is a boondoggle, America shouldn't be fucking giving money to these Nazis in Ukraine, you'd be right on the fucking other side of this coin.
I don't think so.
You didn't give a fuck about, dude. Are you going to tell me that you used to advocate for Ukraine before it became a fucking national news story?
I had no knowledge of it.
Exactly. Exactly my
I
point. You
can't.
didn't give a fuck about the hundreds of years of conflict and historic oppression that
Yeah,
you're trying to sell me
because
now
I'm
as a
trying to
bill of
keep
sale
food on
with
my
200
table.
as a bill of sale with 250,000 lives on it, dude. 250,000 young people like you, young men like you, or young, you know, I don't know what you identify as, but young people like you in the dirt, dude, over this strip of land, and you're going to fucking bat for it. And I don't get why. Why do you care?
I like to live in a world with less war, with less genocide, with less nukes.
Right. I get it. Yeah, me too, man. Where's that on the ballot? Where's less war on the ballot? Isn't that what I'm advocating for? That America should have negotiated a peace deal before a fucking shot was fired in Ukraine? That included a transfer of land and then an immediate fucking entry of fucking Ukraine into NATO. Boom. Problem solved. 250,000 people
Again, how are you going to
alive.
get how are you going to get Putin to agree?
Oh my God, dude. What do you mean? Agree
You have
with what?
agree to this treaty you're talking about.
It's not a
Agree to
treaty. I'm not, I'm saying like a settlement, a land deal where you go, okay, you feel Russia has claim over this part of the Donbass. We come to the table, we figure out, okay, we're going to give you parts of this and we're going to give you this strip here and we're going to give you this, however we want to break it up. Let Russia get some of the things that it wants. Let it take some of the parts beyond the border that it wants. Give it a little access to the Black Sea. And then that's what he wants, right? So you give him that. And then once he's pulled his troops back and accepted it and accepted the transfer, then you put Ukraine in NATO. And he bitches about it. And you go like, well, what do you want to do?
you again, do you think Putin is stupid?
No.
He's going to see this coming from a mile away.
Oh, of course he is. He can do nothing to stop it.
He has the second most powerful military on the planet. As much of a paper tiger as it's apparently is, it's still the
I don't
second
even
most
believe
powerful.
that's true. I mean, I've heard there's a lot of people talking about how China is woebegotten, But there's not a lot of people talking about the massive expansion of China's military. Number one, they have the largest standing army in the world. China, not America, not Russia. China has the most standing soldiers on the planet Earth.
I thought that was North Korea.
No. You're maybe per capita North Korea does, but we're talking sheer numbers. The largest in terms of size, that's going to be China, my bro.
I mean, in terms of number of bodies, of
Sure.
course,
And then
China.
China has modernized and pumped billions, some people say trillions of dollars into the economy behind its weapons manufacturing capability. It's updated its fighter jets. It's launched a whole new fucking generation of long range fighters. Like, when's the last time fucking Russia did that? They're still flying MiGs. Russia's like, you're going to tell me Russia's more dangerous than China when it comes to like an opposing military power? I'm going to call bullshit.
I
They're
mean, which
driving
one has more
rusty, they're
nukes?
driving rusted out, rust bucket World War II tanks that are fucking not equipped with any mine sensors or any fucking extra plating. That's why this is such a stalemate of a fucking war. Is because Russia is just, it's a fucking total paper tiger. And especially in comparison to like the Europeans, if they joined with the United States, I mean, they don't have a fucking prayer. Their only fucking recourse would be to launch the nukes, and they lose that too.
I mean, we all would lose.
Well, yeah, they lose harder. We've got better nukes. Our country didn't collapse 25 years ago. We've
I
been
mean, dead is dead.
but we've been steady developing countermeasures and shit that are going to take out way more of their nukes than they're able to do for ours. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of people dead on both sides, but Russia's going to be a fucking nuclear fallout wasteland. And the United States is going to fucking rebuild itself. At this point, if he just launches the nukes. Like, people don't understand, there is a huge technological gulf between our missile technology and what Putin has been able to scalp from the collapsed CCP. Like, gone. Right? We've got satellite nukes now that we've got these MIRVs. You ever heard of MIRVs? Multiple reentry vehicles, where we launch them into space, right? And then they turn around and point back at Earth and get over the target and then drop a ton of tiny little missiles right on the target from above, getting around all radar tracking and fucking countermeasures and shit. Russia doesn't have a fucking thing like that. They've got old ballistic missiles, and they've got old fucking MIRVs that were built back in the fucking 60s and 70s that are on their submarines, which, by the way, are technically so inferior to ours that if it comes to that, we're going to beat them up there too. Our Navy is absolutely crushes theirs. Absolutely fucking doms any Navy on the planet. Like, they're not, this idea that Russia is like, we got to be afraid of the Russians is so reminiscent of 1950s commie hysteria. It really is, dude. Treating Putin like, yeah, Putin's a bad guy, but treating him like he's some kind of evil warlord that's about to take over the world is just fucking stupid, man.
I've never
You don't
treated
want
him
none.
anything
That's
like
how
that.
we deal with Putin not liking Ukraine joining. He knows what I just told you. You think if Putin thought he had a chance of beating the US, he wouldn't have taken a shot already? He's almost dead. There are people saying he's got cancer.
Does Putin need to beat the U.S.? He just needs to.
If he could, he would. And he
He
knows he
doesn't need
can't.
to.
When's the last time Russia set foot in a NATO country? Pinky toe.
All Putin has to do is blow the shit out of Ukraine.
No.
They're
All
right
Putin
there.
has to do is sit back and get fucked if he steps toe in any NATO country that we're covering. And I'm not even a fucking warmonger. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation. The chessboard is stacked. If you're talking about a showdown between Russia and the United States and its allies, Russia has zero chance of winning that. They will be eradicated as a people as a result of them trying. That's just the truth.
I mean, of course, in a
And so here's the thing. I'm not a smart guy as Putin is, and neither are you. He knows this, which is why Putin has not set one pinky toe in a NATO fucking country since when? Which is why he won't, which is why he has no say in who we put in NATO. And when he bitches about Ukraine going in NATO, we can look at him and go like, honestly, what are you going to do about it? Because you know what happens if you fucking cross the line. Now, I don't think this paradigm serves future peace, and I'm not advocating for it. I'm just telling you how, the geopolitical situation as it is. Russia's got jack shit on us. Their military is old, worn out, and conscripted.
They
Ours
don't
is
need to
fucking
have,
deadly.
They don't need to have jack on us. They just need to have jack on Ukraine. You just have to have jack on
Why
their
is
neighbor.
what is Ukraine like the planet Dune?
We're
So it's
currently
like Arrakis doesn't. Arrakis is the only thing that matters. Gidi Prime and fucking all the other planets.
talking
None of
about
that
the
shit
Ukraine
matters.
war.
Yeah, no, you're treating Ukraine like it's fucking Arrakis, like it's the one key to holding the fucking Galactic Republic together. And it's just wrong. It's just a border zone against Russia, a failing fucking state that's barely shambling. It's out of total collapse and is using fucking weapons that were made for a war that was fought by your grandparents, right? And the fucking biggest military in the world by a factor of 10. We spend more than any other fucking country on this planet. Our military, top of the line, top shelf, best that you can get on the planet. We've got everything, and we've got more of everything than everybody. That's why America bad is a thing. I know you guys hate it. We're the biggest dick on the planet right now. Do you not realize that? Do you think that's not true?
We are the biggest dick.
We are the biggest swinging dick on the planet.
And the biggest dick.
What we say goes. And it sucks here. Our leaders are shitty. Our leaders are sold out. Our leaders are bloodthirsty corporatists who haven't let us have a day of peace in this fucking country for over 20 years now. Right? This is why America bad comes up when people want to fucking go like, oh, but what about Russia? Russia is a limp noodle on this planet compared to us. We're the threat. The Donbass is not the planet Arrakis, my dude. It's not the only source of the spice, and it must be secured, so the spice must flow. It's not that, dude. It's a fucking old border fucking area of old CCP origin where there's fucking border tensions. You know where else there's fucking a huge border skirmish going on right now nobody talks about? Pakistan and India. China and India. A number of fucking African states are currently involved in like what basically amount to like military coups, with the casus belli being anti-colonialist action, taking their fucking countries back from the French and the Dutch. Right? So all this is going on. All these border skirmishes are going on. But people in your camp just keep pointing at Ukraine going like, we have to stop Putin. And it's just like...
Is the Ukraine war not the biggest one that's taken the most lives?
Unfortunately,
right
yeah, which is why I think it never should have happened. Which is why I've
been
in here all night
advocating. Up to Putin.
That's why I've been in here all night, not just tonight, too. I was saying it before this broke out, that we ought to just give him a little strip of the fucking land. You say that's totally up to Putin. Who did we just agree is the big swinging dick in the room?
In that region?
In that region? You mean, yeah, the one with military bases surrounding Russia from every fucking conceivable side. Who is that?
I mean,
who is
in that region? It'd be Russia.
Oh, in that region, it's Russia. So Russia is the big swinging dick just on that part of the planet. But the United States has no influence over what goes on there or the decisions they make, and has no power to influence it. Is that
Did
what
I
you're saying?
say
Is that
that?
what you're telling me?
I did
No,
not say that.
you just told me that Russia was the big swinging dick. Why does the little dick get to tell the big dick what to do? If Russia's the big swinging dick, then they're the big swinging dick on the planet, right? I thought we
Because
just
because
agreed.
Russia is being a bad guy.
I thought we just agreed 10 minutes ago that America is the big swinging dick and that America is a really
Well,
bad guy.
worldwide, yes. Worldwide,
You know,
America
Russia
is a
is on
big
the
swinging
world,
dick,
right? If you're going to say worldwide, you mean in Russia
which is
too.
why I specified in that region.
So wait a minute, we're worldwide, but regionally not.
In the
We
region
are the
that
biggest. Do we have
Russia
the?
is
Okay,
in,
let's do it this way.
Russia is a big swinging dick.
Let's do it this way. Do we have the largest the most advanced military on the planet? Yes or no?
Of course we do.
Do we? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Do we outspend other countries by a magnitude?
We
on
outspend the world.
We outspend the entire world put together. You're right. Okay. Do we have more military bases spread out over the face of this planet than any other empire?
Yes.
Are those military bases dotting all around the borders of Russia and all in the region that Russia claims it has hegemony over?
Can I explain this to you in
Hold
an
on.
analogy?
No. You were doing so well. You were answering the question. Just, is that true or not? Yes or no?
It is true.
Okay, it's true. Are there American satellites swarming over Russia, spying on every little fucking inch, every little movement, following everything they do?
Yeah.
Yes. So I'll ask you again. Final question. You've done so well. You're going to get 100% on this test. You get this last question right. Is America the big swinging dick on the planet? And does it have massive influence over Russia? Yes or no?
Of course it does.
Then discussion over, right? We agree that America should have flexed its muscles and flop that big old dick out on the table and said, all right, Putin, you get a little bit of land, but now this is in NATO and you step one toe, you're done.
Again,
right? And then
Putin's not gonna agree.
250,000 people who you claim to care about, you've talked about their sacrifice, would be alive. They'd be eating fucking whatever they eat in Ukraine, fucking water dumplings and cabbage or whatever the fuck it is they eat over there. They'd be eating that. And they'd be going, Matrushka, you know what I mean? And they'd be fucking sucking face with their high school sweetheart and making another generation of Ukrainians. And they're in the dirt because the big swinging dick pretended it had no influence over the situation and let it boil over into war. And guess who profited from that war? Can you answer that question for me? Who profited from this war?
The problem I have with all this is, how do you get Putin to agree? It does, because what you're saying right now is you're threatening war with Russia. And if you threaten war with Russia, yeah, you've made this point before.
We do it all the time.
It would go nuclear.
We do it all the time. Russia threatens us and we threaten Russia all the time. I lived through the Cold War, my guy. I was alive during the end of it. And when it ended, quote, with the Berlin Wall falling, it didn't end. It just stopped being a big news story. Stopped being a singular concern because Russia had about 20 years of putting the pieces back together to do, and we weren't as worried. Right? You understand this? Just in my lifetime.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what our contention is here, dude. I really don't know as a leftist why you would say that our best bet was to dump a bunch of weapons on this fucking country and sit back and watch as 250,000 people slaughtered themselves over it. How that would have been better than just giving Russia a peace and then setting a red line and going, nope. We do it all the time. What do you think Finland was?
I'm not convinced.
Putin threatened the shit out of us when Finland would be a provocation. Finland this, Finland that. Did Finland not get NATO? No, it did. And so would Ukraine. You know? And that's just a short-term prescription for me. I don't like NATO as I think NATO is inherently provocative as a fucking organization. I don't think this paradigm is the best one, but you can't deny that we're the big Billy Big Dick. We've got the big dick. We've got all the nukes and all the new shit. Remember that shit that Trump bragged about that he wasn't supposed to? I just saw the plans for a new nuclear weapon. It's beyond anything that you've ever seen. It's unbelievable. You wouldn't believe it if I even told you what we can do now. What do you think that was? Could have been Trump just making something up, or it could have been Trump got a military briefing that morning about some new shit we got that I guarantee you they don't. Rust bucket fucking F-35 tanks or whatever the fuck from World War I. Tottering across the lines and shit. It's pitiful.
Can I explain my contention? With okay.
Go ahead. Please do. I'm sorry I'm talking. So you know me. I do it for a living, so I'll give you the floor.
I mean, you definitely have the gift of gab.
I do.
Okay. The way I see it, yeah. Russia is a second-rate power and America is the superpower. But within the arms, within Russia's reach, like say you have a dad with a bat and he's got a kid or something.
Sure.
But outside that door, you have the entire SWAT team outside and ready.
Okay.
Can that SWAT team bust down that door and take down that guy before that guy?
Is this the average American dad?
I mean, it was my grand.
Fat, sad, dick doesn't get hard anymore. Porn addicted.
That's not my grandpa.
Hates his wife. Yeah,
that's my grandpa.
If it's one of those guys, then yes, I think the SWAT team could probably bust down the door, throw a flashbang in that motherfucker, and save the kid. Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, whatever. I think either way, the dude would regret killing the kid. The
dude would be dead.
The dude would be beyond dead. He would be erased from the history books, and his name would never be spoken again. So, I think even if he wins, he still loses. That's the thing, and that's what
that's the same thing with Russia.
Putin knows that if he wins in Ukraine, he still loses because he knows that the United States response is going to be more NATO membership and more containment across his border, and he knows there's nothing he can do about it because he knows if he steps foot in a NATO country, we're going to go scorched earth on his ass. And he knows his army can't fight that. Dude, his MiGs and shit that are flying around, those motherfuckers are not going to be able to stand up to them new F-35s. You know what? I found something out about the F-35 that you remember that jet, the debacle that is the F-35 Lightning, right?
I've heard it's not really. I've heard a debacle. Yeah. It's expensive, but it's not that much.
Yeah. So it turns out that if you actually listen to the dudes that pilot these things, they were never meant that, because people will say like, dude, the F-16 Hornet beats this thing in a dogfight. And I saw a pilot that was confronted with that, and he was like, yeah, if it's like a straight up like planned dogfight, yeah, the F-16 beats the F-35 every time. He was like, but in open combat, the F-16 never even sees the F-35 before it's obliterated. He's like, you don't understand the power of this jet. This is not a jet that was built for some kind of like Top Gun dogfight fantasy. This is a stealth jet that can attack from well outside the engagement range of any modern jet on the planet. So it gets first shot. It gets the first shot off, which determines who wins a battle in the air. It's like they're the ones that start the chase. They've got you before you even knew they were there. That's how they win. So that's gonna they're like Russian, their fucking aging 80s war stockpile is gonna beat that. And don't think Putin doesn't know it. Putin's flexing his nuts because he needs to be seen as powerful to keep his oligarchs paying the fucking tithe. But he knows that there's a fucking line, and he won't step over it. Trust me, he won't. It just wouldn't make sense. You know what I mean? unless
I mean,
unless you want to argue that he's just retarded and suicidal, which I guess maybe.
I mean, he's surrounded by yes men. He's
He's
getting up
rich.
there, and
He's rich as fuck, and he's surrounded by people that need him to project power so they can keep exploiting the fucking people of Russia. It's kind of the same way that fucking Biden operates, right? Surrounded by a bunch of bobbleheads that are pretending he's not dementia addled, backing up his every fucking thought, secretly running things behind the scenes to make sure that the fucking gravy train stays smooth for the oligarchs. You know what I mean? I got bigger fish to fry than Putin, man. I'm sorry. I'm living in America. I'm watching the labor movement fucking have a resurgence. I'm seeing the fucking tail end of a historic pandemic. Like, I don't mean to be fucking blithe and say that it's not, that Ukrainian lives aren't worth shit, but I'm just saying, like, as an American, don't you find it weird that a lot of people like you that didn't even know Ukraine basically existed, certainly didn't even know the conflict there, are now all of a sudden still years, like over a year later, beating the drum for this place? But you probably couldn't name, like, tell me what African countries are having civil conflict and border dispute right now.
I
Or
heard that Wagner is in Sudan, and
sure.
Zelensky sent
So
special
in
forces.
to your credit, you were able to name one, but I haven't heard you say the fucking word Sudan all night tonight because you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about the
It never
oppression.
got brought up.
You don't want to.
It,
But so do you think America ought to dump a bunch of weapons on Sudan?
I have no idea.
But you know that they needed to dump a bunch of weapons on Ukraine. That was the only way to go.
I'm better informed on Ukraine. I can't
You
make
just admitted that you
statements.
didn't know a thing about Ukraine when this thing broke out, and you probably got all your fucking information from the news
I've
and
been
and
aware
you're a
of
big
Ukraine since
Voshite.
2014.
You're
I've been a political junkie
well,
since.
that's like you didn't. That's not what you just said though earlier. I asked when this shit broke out, what did you know about Ukraine, and you were honest, and you said I didn't know shit about it. I just heard about it. Like, you can go back and look at what you said. I'm not trying to gaslight you. Maybe I misinterpreted it. I don't know, chat.
I
Be
I
honest,
don't know.
chat. Like, I remember that. I remember that being how we got to where we're at now.
I mean, there could be multiple conversations going on, and
No, I
maybe I
get
was
it. I get it.
answering a different question.
Like, I'm not trying to fucking I'm not trying to bully you out of this argument or whatever. And I know I'm overbearing. I'm trying to be cool. All right. Look,
I'm trying to.
and you are
I want
being
this
you're
to.
being cool too. You're not yelling at me, and I've raised my voice at you, and I apologize for that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Sure.
I. The most important thing. I want the conversation to move forward to some degree. Like
Okay.
I'm sick and tired of
Well, we've talked
this thing.
we've talked vote blue. We've talked Ukraine. What other
There is one more thing, and um, so one of the key reasons why you argued against voting for Biden, especially during the Vosh debate, and I believe this is probably Vosh's biggest fuck up during that whole debate is the is Biden's economy. You pointed out multiple times um, how inflation, you know, there's you know, Biden's economy was not any measurably better than Trump's economy,
Sure.
and
When it comes to the pocketbook of the average American, that's just true.
I disagree.
Really.
I can almost name you the date
Okay.
when the Obama economy became the Trump economy, and it's when Trump signed the steel aluminum tariffs
Okay.
back in 2017, I believe. Let me look up that. Let me look that up real quick. Uh Wikipedia, help me.
I mean, while you're looking for that, I mean, my position on
March
this.
March 2018. That's when it happened.
Okay.
And have you ever worked with steel or aluminum?
No,
Oh,
I've only worked at I worked at a recycling plant when I was a kid. I worked at Starbucks for 8 years. Worked at a Blockbuster when I was a kid, and I worked as a school tech support guy. And now I own this business with the guys, and I do podcasting shit. That's
okay.
that's my work history in a nutshell. So no.
Now, now, in my from my own personal experience, almost overnight there was new policies in place in my factory, mostly dealing with how to increased emphasis on first piece inspections, cracking down on excessive scrap because steel and aluminum scrap that costs the business money,
Of course.
and with these.
Now, I will say, I don't mean to interrupt you. I will say that my parents both worked at a glass manufacturing plant, a glass beer and wine bottle manufacturing in Madeira. So I do have a history. I understand like the manufacturing process and how a factory works, and the politics and pressures that are put on that. Just so you know.
Oh, I believe you've told stories about that
Sure.
before,
I just
and that's
wanted to
one
make sure.
business.
Yeah.
That's one business I will never get into. And working with glass, I have an extreme phobia with broken glass.
Oh yeah, you would hate it there then, because yeah, bottles falling off the line all the time and shit. But I
I
mean, they made you wear basically armor when you worked there. I mean, you had these boots on that you couldn't penetrate with like a fucking 9 millimeter, and gloves up to your elbows and glasses. But yeah, it would suck if you've got a glass phobia. Did you step on some glass at one point and get it real bad, and like you just
my
start?
my my dad has spent like an hour and a half digging a piece of
Oof.
glass out of the bottom of my foot when I was like 9 years old.
Yeah, that'll do it, dude. I don't fucking blame you. I haven't had it that bad, but I've stepped on glass before and had to have it dug out, and that's pretty fucking raunchy, dude. I totally understand. But
But
anyway, yeah, you were
yeah,
saying like the pressures on your
yeah,
manufacturing job are increasing. Basically, they're wanting
yeah.
more tighter quotas and more labor for less fucking money and all that shit, right?
But the biggest thing was cracking down on excessive scrap, more emphasis placed on first piece inspections, and there was also another side effects that annoyed me almost as much as those policy changes.
Yeah.
We used to work with this type of steel called cold rolled steel.
Mm-hmm.
It's a softer, more pleasant steel to work with. After the tariffs, um, this was a few months after, but they started ordering this shit called hot rolled, pickled, and oiled. It's
Okay.
a cheaper steel. It's harder, it's rougher, and it's more inconsistent. And it was
Harder to
eh,
work with, and you end up with more
yeah,
scrap, but they're telling you less scrap, but they're giving you a material that by its nature creates more scrap.
and it's not even cheaper anymore, really.
Right. Right.
And with aluminum, we couldn't get a certain alloy of aluminum anymore. And these
So you had to
parts that
use
we
the
had,
substandard one, right?
which cracked a lot.
Right. Of course.
Yeah, that's just my personal experience with the steel aluminum tariffs. Never mind the fact that it was a net tax increase on all Americans,
Sure.
as well as threatening 400,000 manufacturing jobs.
Sure. I don't have a
And
problem with a net tax increase on all Americans. I'm okay with that in principle, but I have a problem with where that money ends up and whose hands
well,
that money ends up in.
well, the tax increase came from uh, re, retributive uh, tariffs
Yeah.
placed on us by China, Mexico, Canada, bunch
Sure.
of other
Trump
countries.
Trump was all fucky with the tariffs. I remember
Yeah,
he was like the
and
whole economy was screaming, "Please stop!" And he was like, "No, I'm going to do it anyway." I get it. Yeah, it
yeah,
sucked.
and Biden got rid of those
Sure.
got rid
He
of
brought
those
it back. He brought
tariffs.
it back to normal, where the workers at your place are exploited and underpaid and fucking
Yeah,
you just got to work with a little bit better steel. Nice.
and
You know what I mean? I
and
understand
and
that's a gain, but is it, you know what I mean? Like, is it really that big of a fucking deal?
and Biden did do actually a good thing for us
What was that?
during the CHIPS Act.
So
During
how did the CHIPS Act help you?
Okay, so I'm
You're at a steel plant,
I
right? I mean,
um
I guess steel is probably needed for the manufacture of like
I
chips,
make
maybe.
I make boxes, and these boxes are
Oh, dude.
involved.
Well, you and I have I that was because I worked at the glass plant for a summer, and that was my job. I was a box maker. So yeah, dude, I have a little experience fucking doing that, pulling the pallets
Well,
of boxes and assembling and all that shit, putting your dividers in and all that. Yeah, I know how to do
yeah,
that. It
yeah,
sucks.
but
That's
we
shitty
make
work.
steel and aluminum boxes, and they're involved with automotive.
Got it. Okay, got it. Got it.
Yeah,
Different kind of
car.
box making.
I'm trying to be as vague as possible
Sure,
because if I tell too many details, it makes it really easy.
understood.
But yeah, the CHIPS Act, of course, um, subsidized chips manufacturing here in the United States,
Okay.
and with more chips being manufactured, that means more cars can be made, and
Hmm.
more cars and trucks and vans means
More
more of
steel.
these vehicles that the product that my company makes
Right.
can
More
go
steel,
into.
more aluminum. Right. So it's more business for your company, which benefits
Yeah,
you as a worker because it's more demand.
and we had quite possibly the largest wage increase that uh, I've had at that plant, like
Nice.
almost bigger than when I went from assembly to fabrication.
So my instinct when it comes to the Chips Act is to, this is gonna shock you, is to shit on it. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that tonight. Because I think it's something that you can point at to say that it was a genuinely good thing for American manufacturing. I think it's better for us as consumers of these chips to have them made in the United States so that we're not paying the markup on importation and all of that shit. I think that's beneficial to the United States, and it's a definite like Biden victory that you can use in this argument. I will give the caveat, of course, that I do not think it's enough to justify voting for a genocidal fucking racist, rapist, probable rapist piece of shit. But
I
it's
wouldn't
you can,
blame.
if you want to wave the flag, it is something that you can say that like, yeah, that's probably a genuinely, like, on the balance of things, I don't think it's really, as widely impactful as a lot of people try and make it out to be. But before I heard your story, I knew that it did stimulate manufacturing, which means more money in the pockets of working people in this country, which is a good thing. So you can't really take that away from him. You know what I mean? He did show up at the strike, which unfortunately seemed to be about the balance of his support. But whatever. I mean, that's a historic thing. He also fucked over the rail workers, and I hate it when people make excuses for that. They'll go like, "Oh, well, he got him a deal." Yeah, he forced them to take a substandard deal that wasn't even a fucking comparable deal to the one they were asking for during the strike. He basically broke the strike, forced them to accept a substandard contract. It fucking sucks. There's nothing good about that. That shouldn't be on your wins list, okay? Like, but yeah, the Chips Act, whatever. Yeah. It's a good piece of legislation. It'll probably be dead soon, I would imagine.
I mean, if Trump,
Almost certainly if
it,
Trump wins, and if Trump doesn't win, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets defunded at some point during a second Biden administration. So I wouldn't hold out that the liberals are going to keep that good thing in place if they can make more money, making a deal with.
if liberals are good at anything, it's disappointment.
Yeah.
Um, the my number one reason for voting for Biden, and this even supersedes the fact that he did stumble into accidentally doing some economic good for some of us.
Mm-hmm.
Is I see Biden as an easier enemy to deal with.
That's a new one that I've heard bandied around lately. It's an argument that I've heard before, by the way. But yeah,
I heard it from Sam Cedar.
yeah, the
Uh,
easier enemy argument is not new. I hate to tell you, but that doesn't mean it's not valid. I'm not trying to invalidate it, but it is known to me and is used pretty much every time that there's a Republican presidency that's giving any kind of genuine heat to a Democratic incumbency. There's always this kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, kind of like a slightly kind of like gaslighting-ish, fear-mongery kind of tactic. So yeah, I'm just letting you know that this gets bandied about every time
I'm
there's a
sure
weak
you've
ass Democrat that everybody's got to get behind, but nobody likes. That is the, that's given as the, oh yeah, okay. So Biden fucking sucks, but he's the easier enemy to fight than Trump. And it's just like, man, is that really what it's come to? Because if so, like, what the fuck? We're fiddling on the deck of the Titanic then, if that's really all we got. That is fucked. You know what I mean? I don't accept it. I don't accept that that's the best that I can expect. I'm not going to sit and fucking clap like a seal for Biden. He's not my friend, dude. He puts my friends in jail, honestly.
I mean, I would more than happily see Biden rectify a certain couple Bible verses, fix those contradictions. If you know what I'm talking about.
I think I do. Yeah. I think I get it. Yeah. I think I pieced
Yeah,
that one together on the down low.
yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I don't disagree with you. Trump is a fucking maniac. We all know it. I'm not, like I get accused like that. I hate that. That's another thing that you subreddit fucking trolls will do to me sometimes, dude. You'll be like, oh, Paul's all like functionally like, how is Paul not a Trumper at this point? And it's just like, are you kidding me,
I have
dude?
never made that point.
All right,
That
good. I'm glad you're not one of those. I know you've seen it. I know you have to have seen it if you're fucking on the subreddit. It's not uncommon.
I might have, but that's the kind of comment that's like so fucking stupid. I just
I mean,
pass
you
over
like
it.
whatever you think about me, I'm not a fucking Trump dude, right? Like, that's apparent to you and should always have been.
I honestly, Paul, if I genuinely thought that you were a Trumper, I would not be supporting you guys.
Of course. I'm just saying, like I get that that's
I,
part of
I
the accusation spread against me, and I really feel like it's like character assassination at this point because people don't want to do what you're, to your credit at least, doing, which is actually engage with my worldview and tell me why I'm wrong, because that is really what bothers me more than the insults, more than the salty Paul bullshit. What really bothers me is when people like refuse to engage and will just say blanket things like, Paul, once again, fucking stupid on this, but won't elucidate how or why, won't go and, you know what I mean? That bugs
yeah,
me. That gets my billy goat, dude. That really does. That gets me fucking, that my dander up, grinds my gears.
yeah.
But, it's to be expected. I mean, it's a common thing on the internet now. But I just feel like it's so fucking counterproductive because I am not like an enemy of the left. Dude, I'm about as left as you want me to be, dude. I fucking love workers. I love labor. I love the labor union. I love
You love
socialism
guns.
and Marxism. I don't love guns, but I'm not for restricting them to people that can responsibly own them.
All right.
I'm the victim of gun violence, so I'm
Oh
kind of
yeah.
like skittish around guns a little bit. I don't like them. I don't love them. But if you want to get one, you can demonstrate you're not fucking retarded and that you're going to be fucking and you're willing to accept the responsibility of being minimally competent with that firearm so it doesn't get used against you or accidentally discharged or whatever. Then yeah, dude, go get your guns. I don't give a fuck. You know, like I'm a
Yeah.
pretty fucking straightforward dude, man. I'm for education, which is unfortunately a topic that doesn't get talked about no more. You know, I think that the left really needs to seize the education argument again because it's just been forgotten. I mean, it's like schools have gone to shit.
Oh my god, I I slept through my chemistry class and I passed it with an A.
Yeah.
I skipped my English class and I still passed it with a B. The only class I gave a shit all during through high school was my wood shop class
Yeah.
because I just love building
Oh,
things,
you like working with your
and
hands.
I had the coolest wood shop teacher you'd ever meet.
See, that's cool. I mean, like I very dissimilar paths. Like you went a different way, but we had similar fucking journeys, you know? I was the same way. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't give fuck one about a single class in high school. And I pretty much drifted through most of them and passed with A's and B's. Only really struggled with math. And I loved my theater teacher and I loved my theater class. I was in it all 4 years. Couldn't get enough of it, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I th- I think
Damn it, weed. Sorry, the weed is spicy. I got a strain
yeah.
that just is like it's like I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to weed out on you, but like there's certain strains that are. There's one called strawberry cough, and there are tons of derivatives of strawberry cough, and I've got one of them, and it's known for, among other things, having a like a profile that really like irritates your fucking lungs a little bit at the top, and so you want to cough a lot with it. It sucks.
Yeah. I know almost nothing about all that jazz. All I know is, the edibles taste a little funny, but I feel pretty good after a while.
Hey, sweet dude. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't blame you. I'm a little bit more fucking into the. I just have to be because I'm a fucking basket case to be honest with you.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the few things that like keeps me on a keel and shit.
Whoa, what was that?
Yeah, I know. What happened? Some explode.
You just suddenly turned into a robot.
Oh, did I?
Just a little bit. I mean, you sound fine now.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little lag spike or some shit. Who knows? But yeah.
Yeah.
So any other points of contention or angles on any of the things we talked about? Because I'm fine to keep
Uh,
going if you want.
I'm fine to keep going. If
Sure.
we can
Well,
go on longer.
the ball's in your court. You got something else you want to bring up?
Did
The floor
I
is yours.
did I ever bring up how to figure out why the relevance of third parties have waned so much? Have I brought that up yet?
No. Is that the
Uh,
question? Like, why have the relevance
no,
of?
I I think that's a question that we should all research and like look into because
Well,
there was a point where third parties like were quite were were a force to be reckoned with.
well, sure. I mean, there were
And,
a lot of parties in the early United States for the last about 100 years or so of our history, maybe a little less. We've had a pretty dominant two parties with a sprinkling of third party support, diminishing to the kind of point we have today.
and I think it would be good. I think it would be really interesting if maybe if you did a DFF on to investigate like why why this all happened
Sure.
because I have my own
Well, there's really
hypothesis.
not like so I'm not super fucking knowledgeable on this, but I have taken poli sci and history and shit. I've passed some college and stuff, so I've got some college credits that where I at least learned a little bit about this, and it was a concentrated effort on the part of the Republican and Democrat Party as they came out in more modern political history to diminish the influence of third party candidacy. They did this with a combination of just like, what you would expect, outspending subverting, so creating coalitions with these third parties that basically subverted them into the Democratic or Republican Party structure. I mean, they did what you'd expect. They acted like a company, which makes sense in the United States. They acted like Walmart. They came into town and they swallowed up all the little tiny mom and pop shops, and now they're the only place we can go. Really, that's it. Like, now the history behind it, yeah, I mean, maybe it's interesting to look at the politicians that helped that happen, and what their motivations were and stuff, because certainly it didn't just happen on automatic pilot. So
Yeah, because I've been looking at I was looking at the last times that third parties carried states. I mean, we had Teddy Roosevelt in 1912.
the
We
bull
had
moose,
yeah. I
dude, bring back the bull moose party, dude.
I think of all the elections that were the most important elections of our lifetimes, I think the 1912 really was the most important election of our lifetime.
You think so? That's where you pin. I mean, I won't argue with you. It was definitely an important one.
I mean,
Dude, do you fucking like, are you tuned in on how it's that? Because like Biden just recently, didn't he come out and say like that this battle, we got to vote for him because this is another battle for the soul of the nation? Like, aren't you starting to like notice these patterns? You know what I mean? Like last time it was the battle. You know what I mean? Like, even if that's true.
I think I noticed the pattern the first time he said them.
Yeah, good.
Well, what's the most cliche bullshit no, not just an established politician, but an old doddering boomer politician would say, and like
Yeah,
Biden just fucking says it.
yeah, it's fucked, dude. Like, so I don't know, man. I'm done.
So
I'm not sold on the idea that I gotta fucking run to the polls for this motherfucker. I don't like the stink of it on me, morally speaking. And my vote doesn't really matter anyway, because we don't live in a true representative democracy. We live in a fucking subverted democracy that has a fucking
I
electoral college that gets to decide the weight of my vote. And my vote just doesn't fucking matter because of demographics. So,
but
why do you
if you
like,
get
let me
enough,
ask you that question. Why do you guys care so much about my California ass vote?
I'm not the one who said.
Well, you
I'm
guys
not
are
the
always
one.
fucking, when I say you guys, I mean people, I've seen you. You berate me for being like, don't vote, Lmnop, that's pretty much all Paul's got. Like, I've heard that shit out of you. And it's just like, why do you even care about my vote? Like, my vote
You know
ain't
what?
worth arguing over, dude.
I think I think the Democrats and Republicans all spend millions and billions, maybe trillions, to make you think that way. To make how many uh voter eligible people just don't vote?
Well, you know what, dude? I will acquiesce to that, but I think they also spend billions of dollars convincing people like you that you've got to just keep voting for Dems endlessly because it's the best you can do. So yeah, my apathy is probably welcomed by them, but so is your capitulation. Don't act like you're fighting the power because you're showing up for fucking warmongery old wrinkle nuts Biden, dude. Come on. Like,
I mean,
we're on the same side
I mean,
here. I just
if
don't I just don't like the pageantry of going into the voting booth here in California and having to look at my sacred democratic trust and sign my name under a name like Joe Biden, who I think is one of the most disgusting, depraved, divisive politicians of my lifetime. I think he's done more harm in this country than a lot of politicians can claim, and that was before he was president. Pro segregation, wrote the crime bill, just a racist motherfucker, clearly. Warmonger, never met a war he didn't like, loved it, loved the Iraq war, loved the Afghanistan war, then tried to fucking claim he was against it afterwards, and people called him on it. He's just a piece of shit. He was caught plagiarizing twice.
I
Like,
mean, why do you think the DNC picked him to be Obama's running mate to
because
convince the
because they
fucking
needed an
racist.
established white guy to stand next to Barack Obama and go like, "It's okay, white people." No,
Yeah, pretty
I'm dead
much.
ass fucking serious. That's how he got picked. People know Joe Biden because he's been kicking around the Senate for fucking 50 years like an old vampire. Let's throw him in there with Joe to let the old white people vote know that it's okay. This darkie's all right by us. That's why Joe Biden's even relevant on the national scale. This motherfucker, every time he tried to run for president, got caught in some kind of goof, got caught in some kind of scandal. He was just never viable. He never even got close. And then he was just picked as a white puffball to stand next to Barack Obama so that, covertly racist white liberals could feel okay about a black dude. And now we're fucking dealing with this cancer fucking years later. This monster of a person that never should have been a senator, let alone president, is now the guy I've got to go in and my California vote, which doesn't count. I've got to sign my name on there legally and go like, yeah, I want this guy. I don't. So I'm not going to do it. Maybe I'd feel differently if I lived in Michigan or Virginia or Florida, but I don't and I won't, by the way. So yeah, I just
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
get
you.
why this is so controversial, why my position is controversial, why it's unreasonable. I just don't get it. It's treated like some kind of fucking pie in the sky retardism or whatever, but I just think it's pretty basic, right? Like it's understandable.
I can sympathize with the feeling. I felt the same way in 2016 when Hillary stole the primary away from Bernie, and I voted for Jill Stein. I voted for the Green Party down ballot as much as I could.
Sure.
And so there were some positions where it was just pick a Democrat or Republican, or pick a Republican and no one else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sympathize with that. But and I did it again in during the 2018 midterms. But why it just, to me, it feels so pointless and useless to frankly throw my vote away to a candidate you can't even get 5%. Yeah, yeah,
Dude, you'll know. So, can I ask you a question? Have you heard me endorse a third party candidate or talk about how people should vote for one?
the only third party candidate I've ever heard you, TJ, Scotty, bring up,
Bernie.
well, third party
Right.
was.
Bernie ran third party at the very beginning of his campaign in 2016 before he joined the Democratic Party. Or,
Oh, he did?
yeah.
I don't. Okay, but like,
Well, maybe he didn't, but like I consider Bernie to be a third party candidate. He was an infiltrator, right? That was the whole point of Bernie was he's this way left guy that's going to run as a Democrat for viability. And look where that got him. Look what happened to Bernie.
I mean, he did pull the
Yeah,
Democratic Party a
and
little
they
bit
fucked
left.
him twice. And I hate when, dude, this is something that I do get salty about because I hate how we've like retconned history and made it like, well, Bernie just couldn't get the votes. Like there was no skullduggery that made those fucking
Oh, I fully believe Hillary rat fucked the whole system. I mean, wh- what wasn't the head of the DNC like literally part of her campaign?
yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. I mean like no, she is the DNC. She's like one of the power people in the DNC. She's the wife of fucking Bill Clinton. Are you kidding me? He's worshipped, in the fucking establishment circles. He was a fucking great president. They've been looking for him forever. They've been looking for another Bill forever because he was great at making people feel good about being horse fucked. He'd go on Saturday Night Live and play his fucking saxophone and he'd be cool and he'd be awesome and he'd eat his hamburgers and he'd struggle with his weight and he'd be relatable while he rat fucked us all, out of our
Took a
pensions.
flight on Epstein's flight.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like I've seen this in my life. I lived through that. I was an adult through most of Clinton's fucking presidency, or at least the last part of it is when I came into adulthood. You know what I mean? So I was acutely politically aware by that time in my life. I remember what it was like. I remember the arguments that were made the next year when Clinton finally termed out. And it was, at that point, who opposed Bush the first time?
Al Gore.
You're right. And I remember when that happened, everybody in the fucking nation, there was like a collective like, I don't know. Al Gore though? Because Al Gore, in comparison to fucking Clinton as a politician, was like an old rotten stump in the woods. You know what I mean? Like he was just like had no affability as a politician. He was goofy. He prone to gaffes. Really like just easy to make fun. He was just kind of a weak candidate. And it was a really contentious election, but he dropped the strap to the biggest monster in the history of America, in my opinion. You want to talk about American monsters? There's a long list of them, but I think George W. Bush takes the taco. That's just my personal feeling. And yeah, there was some bullshit that went on with that, but the reason that was so close is because Al Gore was just weak. Just a weak choice for candidate.
Democrats are all weak.
Right, but like in terms of just electability weak, that's what I'm saying. It's the same. I would say the same thing about Hillary Clinton. Right, a lot of people go like, "Oh, how do you feel now, Paul? Didn't vote for Hillary, and look what happened." Well, number one, my fucking vote wouldn't have mattered if I voted for Hillary anyway. I was living in a state that went blue no matter who, no matter what. So once again, this obsession over my vote and how it counts is bullshit. But Hillary Clinton, like nobody wants to to pin the fucking blame of this really where it belongs. And I really want to fucking underline this with you, dude. Hillary Clinton lost because she was so unlikable that people thought it would be a better idea to elect a bloated, stupid reality TV star failed businessman meme than her. She was so historically unlikable as a candidate that she dropped the strap to that guy. The liberals gave us Trump. This capitulation of weak candidates, what do you think is going to come after this? If, let's say, Biden wins, do you think that the Dems are going to pick a strong candidate after Biden? They're going to pick another establishment milquetoast piece of shit.
I fully expect Democrats to do their absolute best to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory at every opportunity.
So I don't know, man. I'm not interested in playing that fucking game anymore. It's a house of mirrors, and I'll spend the rest of my life advocating for a new Labor Party in this country. Call it a third party, poo-poo it, call it a spoiler if you want. No more fucking votes for genocide.
I really
people.
wish I wish the third parties had the relevancy to be a spoiler.
Well, they need you, like I said at the very beginning of this, they need your participation and Vosh's and everybody else on the lefts if that's to happen. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy to say I wish I could vote for a third party, but I won't support one.
I won't vote for one.
Right. Well, that's how you support a third party. Yeah.
No. You there's all kinds of things you can do to support a third party.
Sure, but voting for one is the main thing that we need to happen to make them relevant so they can get a percentage of the vote. You yourself said 5% is weak. I agree. But they can't get more than 5% of the vote if most of the left talks and feels like you. And is just unwilling to stop cyclically voting for these weak fucks.
Then a third party and advocates for it have to make the case for people, not just me, not just leftists. There are 80 million liberals out there who have to be convinced
Dude, we're
to
talking
vote for
about.
them.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little throat problem, but I just got dry throat. But no, we have to convince the Republicans too. That's another thing that we've been talking about, and I get fucked on for it. Like, if you think that we can secure the type of change that we as leftists want, while otherizing the entirety of the Republican Party, and when I say the Republican Party, I don't mean the fucking shit fuck politicians or the rat fuck businessmen that own them. I mean people that have been led down the fucking Trump primrose path and shit. I understand they're stupid. They've got horrible, distracting or horrible, destructive prescriptions and biases and racism and sexism and transphobia and all that shit. I'm not avowing for them, but we need to start talking to them in a way that they can understand, because the only way that we're going to change their hearts or the hearts of their children is by engaging with them. If you think just pointing and going like hillbilly, sister fucker, Trumpy fucking retard, and we're just going to be able to fucking have some kind of sweeping democratic change in this country, it's just not going to happen. And we as leftists are fucking dog shit at outreach anymore. We're not even trying with the Republicans. Now it's because it's more fun to have a foil, and they love it too. They love it too. That's why they're doing the same thing. They're just pointing and laughing, playing to their audience, and there's no dialogue happening anymore because, and that's death. There's no such thing, like we're talking about a labor party. There's no such thing as a leftist workforce. It doesn't exist. No such workforce exists.
I mean, there's
all workforces are mixed political workforces. I guarantee you would be a liar if I asked you, is your fucking steel manufacturing factory filled with a bunch of leftists like you? You know there's some Trump dudes that work there, right?
Like half of them are.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, right?
And
so you're
and
talking about
just,
unionizing that place. You can't start by calling all of them retards. You've got to find another way to talk to these guys, right?
Well, I know I grew up a conservative. I
No, I
was
get it. I understand you probably know how to talk to them, but we need to do.
Yeah.
But like, what applies on the floor of your shop applies nationally too. We as advocates for leftism have got to draw the line at some point and stop indulging ourselves in so much and dunking on Republicans and start making arguments better. Start tailor making our economic arguments. Start talking about economic arguments again. And drop this divisive ass fucking shit that really, like I went over it earlier in this stream. I really feel like it doesn't matter if you get called by your preferred pronouns if the sentence is, sorry, ma'am, you're being evicted for non-payment of rent. You know what I mean? Like at some point, yeah, I love that trans people can get that. And I love that that's a part of the conversation, but can we talk economy again? Can we talk taking back the economy from these fucking oligarchs that have stolen it out of the hands of working people? Can we get our piece of the pie again? Is that okay? Can we make that leftism come back and a little bit of anti-war leftism too? Because we're tired of watching the country that we live in profit off of the misery of the world. Like, where did that go? Like, because that's where I'm at. That's where I was born. That's the leftism I was born into, and I feel like I've woken up now in this weird fucking candy land where I'm being called a retard for having the same positions I've always fucking had, by the way. I'm not like it's not new with me. I've been anti-war since the Bush administration. Since the invasion of Afghanistan, I've opposed every war that America has involved itself in uniformly across the board. Every military intervention that America has prosecuted, I've opposed since that time. I was 21 years old, not quite 21. I was 20 years old. You know, what do you want me to do? What more can I say? Like, is that weird? Is that bad? Does that make me retarded?
No, I think. I mean, I think it's mostly an issue of framing, mostly. Like there are some people who there are some people who say, okay, we got to focus, solely on economic issues.
Hmm.
Like just that, for forget the social issues.
Right.
And that has the problem of, um I think you might have mentioned this in the past, but there was some labor strikes that was broken up because the uh the unions were all white people, and the factory owners, they would let all the black people in, and they would
That one,
break up.
yeah, that was a tactic that was used in the like broader Tennessee, West Virginia coal mine kind of region. And so they tried to make, yeah, they made it a racial issue by bringing in black scabs.
Yeah. And you know well, economic issues should be a priority, but it should not, like, we shouldn't completely ignore the social issues. That's what I'm saying. Like
No, and I
it.
and I and I agree. Like I said, but let me tell you something. If you want to make inroads with a hardcore Trumpy Republican worker, and you start with gender is a social construct and men can get pregnant, you've lost. They're not going to listen to a fucking word you say, right? So it's divisive to the point of absurdity with them.
Well, you always have to cater your rhetoric to the audience you're
Exactly.
talking to.
And that is what I'm saying that we need to start doing as leftists, or really talking about how to do, because we are not talking about the economy anymore. We're not doing much labor advocacy anymore. We've lost the moral high ground on the anti-war argument. We're gonna have to win that back now. I mean, this is like we're fucking ourselves. We're putting ourselves in a grave with this shit. And I've watched it unfold my whole life. And yeah, you know what? One of the accusations you guys make of me is true. I am fucking impatient. I would like to see something positive happen before I fucking dry up and die on this planet. And guess what? When you're getting older like I am, so will you. You act like you're not gonna feel like me when you're fucking 40, pushing 45. Like I turned 44 this year. I'm not quite there yet. I'm still 43, but I'll be 44 years old this year. And yeah, I would like to, by the time I'm 60 or 70 and checking out, that some fucking positive happen for the people I see suffering around me and for me too. It's selfish interest in that, sure. So fuck yeah, I fight for it and I argue for it and I get passionate and salty about it because I believe that everybody deserves it. And I don't know. I don't know why that puts me at odds with everybody, but it really fucking does. I already feel
I
like shit. I'll be 34 in May, says Meds Peds. Jeez. Yeah, I mean,
I
I
mean,
started
I'll be
feeling like shit.
29 this year.
Yeah, I started feeling like shit in my mid 30s too, though. Meds Peds. I abused a lot of drugs as well. So that's probably like we share that common experience. I would love to tell you that it gets better in the next 10 years, but it doesn't. It gets worse. Dude, I'm struggling with all that kind of shit, man. Just like old, like I'm not old. I'm not saying 45 is ancient, but it really is the age where I think a lot of shits from your 20s and stuff start catching up to you.
You want to hear some that they'll kind of fuck with you?
Sure.
Maybe. My dad was your age when he decided to have me.
Oh my god, man. I can't. Ugh, I can't even imagine. Well, that's yeah, that's a little old. Was your mom way younger? Or are they the same age?
My mom was 10 years younger.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that makes sense. As long as you're
I mean,
planting your
she
seed.
couldn't be much older.
No, she really couldn't be his age. That's about the
Yeah.
edge for women there.
I mean, just imagine a 55-year-old fart running around trying to keep up with his little 10-year-old brat.
Hell to the fuck no, dude. Yeah, I was really honestly giving a shot at the whole making a baby thing in my late 20s, around the time I got married. I got married at 27 years old. And that year ensuing after I got married for the first time, we really tried, and I just if we did it the old fashioned way for as long as we could without admitting that there must be something wrong, because we hadn't even really had like a maybe pregnancy or whatever the fuck. I got tested, found out I was sterile. Not sterile, but um
The
I'm,
swimmers don't swim.
yeah, the swimmers are fucked. And then I really had to kind of like change my whole life perspective. And I really reflect on it now. And I guess maybe it's a hindsight thing, but I really was being pressured by pretty much everybody around me. Like, when we going to hear the pitter patter of little feet? And I'm not sure I really wanted it at that point in my life. And now that I know that I can't do it, I definitely don't want it. So yeah,
I have no idea if I ever want to have kids.
you're just
So
not at that point yet.
I'm like, well, one, I'm gay, so that's they'll make it
I mean, hey, dude,
somewhat
there's
difficult.
tons of little babies that need,
That's
loving
true.
parents. So
That's true.
it's open to you. But yeah, you had no thoughts on it one way or the other at 29. You want to be a father or a parent?
I've thought about it, but I have the same fear as my dad. But well, my dad waited so long late in life to have a kid because he feared that he'd be like his dad.
Sure.
And my grandpa Jack, just imagine your 1950s abusive drunkard father.
Yeah. Well, I don't have to imagine it. My grandfather was the same guy.
Oh, and yeah, then you know exactly why my
Dude,
dad was so afraid.
I went on Ancestry. And like that thing that'll look through your family history and try and connect your family tree or whatever. I did that for a month, and it pulls a bunch of news articles with your family in them, to establish. And one of the news articles it found was my grandmother. There was an article in the, like, what do you call it? The not the funny papers, the fucking, like, where everybody could put a thing, like in the addendum area, and it was like, my grandma's name has filed for an order of protection and divorce against her husband, my grandfather, for drunken abuse and negligence. And I was like, wow. And that my dad was in that house full of kids, by the way. He's got just a bunch of brothers and sisters. So
17 sets of dishes my grandfather shattered.
oh yeah, he was just an abusive, physically, mentally, verbally abusive to his wife and his children, a total fucking scumbag of a human being, and then went out like a scumbag too. I mean, he was just bad, just a bad man.
Yeah.
And my dad was real afraid that he was going to be like his dad, and he was right to be that, because he was a little bit. He was nowhere near as abusive. He wasn't an alcoholic. Never beat me like he got beat, but he did beat me, and he was angry with me and violent with me verbally and abusive verbally to me, in some of the ways his dad was to him. So I think you can never really cut that cord completely. You can, but he was better. You know what I mean? I would never, if I could go and choose dads, I'd choose him. You know what I mean? Over his dad for sure.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
But you get my
I mean,
drift. I got a ration of shit from my father. He was a real asshole to me, and a lot of the same ways that his dad was an asshole to him. And
yeah.
so that's another good reason to not procreate in my mind.
I guess I got off pretty lucky because you know me and my dad do have problems. Well, have disagreements, and growing up, he did have a temper. He was very shouty. He'll
Yep.
jump up and down, scream and holler, but he
Mhm.
never laid a finger on me.
Well, that's
And
nice.
and he would stare down his boss, who told him, "Hey, you're working this weekend," and he'd tell him, "No, fuck you. I'm taking my kid out camping."
Yeah.
Like I love my dad so fucking much.
Well, that's cool, dude. I mean, see, we're not that fucking far apart. I just recently reconciled kind of with my dad. We'd had a long period of time where we didn't talk because we're just two different people, butt heads a lot, and we'd done a lot of wrong to each other. And we, I was ready to just give up on it, but circumstances happened, and yeah, I got back in touch with him, and we've been talking. And it's tenuous, but I love my dad too. My dad is kick ass sometimes. He's a funny dude. I'm a lot like him. The older I get, the more I realize it. I sound just like him. It's creepy when we're in the room together to me because it feels like my voice coming at me.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of God. I love my dad.
Yeah. It it yeah, my love for my dad is the there's a reason why I'm not in Texas anymore, despite, having been born and raised there.
I
And
couldn't tell. Whatever do you mean? Texas, you
I
say?
I swear, if you ask me what you call a male child, I'll scream.
Yeah, what do you call a male child down there?
Boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard that.
Yeah, my roommates pulled that trick on me one night, and I just like
Your
it
accent
just
honestly isn't thick at all. I'm just funning on you. I pick
yeah.
up on it because I grew up around it and variants of it. But yeah, you actually don't have a real thick Texas drawl.
I mean, my dad was mostly raised in Michigan, and I've been living in Illinois for the last 7 going on 8
But
years.
I hear it in there. It's still in there. You got a little pepper in your step there, man. You got a little south in you.
Oh yeah,
That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. I do too.
yeah.
See? Look at that, dude. Common ground. Look at that. Look at all the shit we got in common just
Oh,
circumstantially.
oh yeah. I mean, yeah, we yeah.
We're not that far apart. And my vote really don't matter. And I'm not. Look, I people maybe a couple of years ago when I was doing the no confidence thing, I was really pushing that. Maybe people could accuse me of like being trying to be a spoiler or whatever. But I've been on record for a while now. Like, vote for Biden. It's your moral. I'm not going to endorse him. I'm not going to say like you have to vote for Biden or you must. I'm going to say like if that is your moral fucking you got to do the calculus. If that's what you decide is best and you live in one of these states where it might matter in the election, then and you feel like you got to do it, do it. But let's not pretend we can keep doing this. Let's not pretend the DNC is suddenly going to become a more hospitable place for leftism. It's not. So we got to start thinking at least and talking other than shooting it down about these third party fucking things, dude. That's it. Like a new one that incorporates labor, that isn't divisive, that can talk to Republican people and pull them over because they're getting wage fucked too. Like, make no bones about it. Like, they might blame different things from you, but there's some, they're like when you talk about poverty statistics and overwork and underpay, they're getting fucked just as hard as you are or anybody else. That argument needs to be made. And I believe it can be, but maybe not. But like I know for a fucking fact that voting for whatever they serve up next round, when I say they, I mean DNC, it's not going to help the people that we care about, the people that we see suffering the most. It's not going to help the homeless. You can't make any argument that Biden's been any help for those fucking poor people. It's not going to help the indigent. It's not going to help the migrants and immigrants that are desperately fleeing the fires and bullshit and unrest caused by American capitalistic hegemony. It's not going to fix the third world. It's not going to fix the wars. It's all the shit that's killing the planet. It's going to keep happening at full steam. And I can't vote for that. I'm sorry. Like that There's nothing to sell to me in that. He says nicer things about gay people. Good. You know, they them is not gonna fucking stop the planet from baking us off of it in 100 years. Like, I'm sorry to, but there are ranks of importance to things sometimes, and in my mind, pronoun recognition doesn't even rank anywhere near like handling the climate crisis now before it spirals further out of control and we all go extinct. Like, I don't think it's going to matter at some point what your pronouns are, is what I'm saying. I think Mad Max Town is happening. You're gonna be fucking begging for aqua cola. It's fucked. You know, and I don't want to see that happen. I'd like to know that there's another path, but Biden ain't leading us there. You see what he's doing.
None of these politicians will lead us to
not if we keep letting them run the fucking game. No, none of these politicians. And if we keep letting them run the fucking game and we keep marching like good little soldiers, I get it. You feel like you got to do it this election cycle, but you felt like you had to do it last one too. And if you were old enough, you'd felt like you had to do it the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I'm that. And guess what? It hasn't bought me shit. In fact, it's fucked me. You know, I'm in way worse economic shape than if we had just paused like the early 2000s. Man, I'd be sitting in a gravy train with biscuit wheels right now. I'd live in a big old house. You know, not to complain about my circumstances. Like I said, I'm doing all right, but fuck. I've lost all that value to the money that I make in just that amount of time. A decade or two. It's like not, I don't know, man. I get where you're coming from. I don't think you guys are retarded. I've definitely made that argument before. You know, I just can't do it. I'm sorry. You know, like, I can't be that guy. I wish I could parrot your opinions at you, but I hope you see at least some value in listening to somebody who doesn't agree with every fucking word you say, because there is value in that, by the way.
I mean, if there's one thing I've done my entire life is avoid echo chambers. I mean,
well, that's smart.
The whole reason why I'm a leftist is because you know 10 years ago I saw this funny little podcast doing a draw Paul's ego contest.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
Hey, these guys are stupid liberal dumb shits. They're atheists. They don't believe in God either, but they funny.
True. I mean, yeah. I mean, that is part of my fucking hope, is that, you know, I can learn at least to construct my arguments in a way that maybe people that don't really agree with me on this fucking stupid boxing match of a political spectrum that we've allowed to be instituted in this country, maybe they'll hear me. Maybe they'll, you know, think some of the things I say have merit, and it'll kind of drag them away from some of the bullshit. You know, I don't know, but nobody's really doing that right now. Everybody's just, you know, and I do it too. I make fun of Trump every chance I get. I know that hurts their little fee-fees. I can't help that, though. They're just going to have to deal with that. Trump is ridiculous. But
you won't see any argument from me to protect the fee-fees of.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm not looking to protect their fee-fees. But what I'm saying is, you know, when I talk about things that I believe in, I really want to try and couch those things in a way,
I mean,
that isn't immediately repellent to half the country, you know?
That there is a significant portion of the Republican base that Kyle uses this term that 30% of them are the too far gones.
Mm-hmm.
But 70% might be reachable to some form of argument.
Well, I talked about I talked about this with Vosh during one of the, I can't remember which time it was, but I have family members, close family members that are super Trumpy Republicans, right?
My dad was just like that up until January 6th, where
he was one of the reasonable ones that was like, all right, this is a little too much.
Yeah, and funny enough, he since 2015 he's been recovering from a stroke, so
Sure.
so it shows you the caliber of person who's still defending Trump after that.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, I think my family members are among that caliber of people, but I love them despite that.
I mean, I love my dad too,
Of
even
course.
though he thinks that there's open borders everywhere.
Sure. I'm sure he didn't race to the left just because he dumped Trump. I'm sure you love him, and I love but the point is that, like, if you get in a fucking gender identity conversation with them, you're just gonna get laughed at and trolled the way that they do. Yeah, and called
I honestly, I think if there's a way of approaching it that where you can convince even well, not the worst type, but the reasonable ones, I'm pretty sure you can convince them.
well,
And
here's I mean, that's kind of the point. Is like when I sat down and last time I saw them, which admittedly was a while ago. I haven't had contact with them for a while. It was over a year ago, but still relevant to the conversation today. They started turning it to politics, and of course, the first thing on their minds was, "What do you think about all this trans shit?" And I said, "I don't know. I mean, I support trans people's rights to do whatever the fuck they want here in America. I know that." And they were like, "Well, sure. And I said, "I respect their rights to like own guns and stuff. And I think they ought to be able to find work and all that shit." And they're like, "Well, they're looking the way they do." And I'm like, "Well, you can argue about that, but whatever. I think trans people ought to be they ought to have the same kind of even ground everybody else has. And if they want to live, that's how they want to live. I'm happy for them. But, here's what I'm not happy about, man. Fucking, and I don't remember how I exactly, but eventually I can't recreate the whole conversation, obviously, but eventually I turned my attention towards unions, and they're all union members. This is shocking to some people, but there's a lot of right wing people in unions. And all of a sudden, all these economic arguments that I've been making tonight, I didn't maybe make them with the same kind of like lefty bent that I normally would, but it was basically like I was just giving them the boss makes a dollar, I make a dime. That's why I shit on company timeline. Like, and they
dude,
agreed.
I was talking with one of my coworkers. And I swear to God, I think I made him a socialist
Yeah,
when I was
good.
talking to him.
Yeah, good. I mean, you can't tell him that though. Because
Oh,
if you
uh,
use the word socialist, it's over. That's another thing. It's like this
oh,
aesthetic.
I just described in intimate detail exactly how the fat cats and billionaires are all fucking them in the ass.
Right. And he was like, "Yep, you right. You're probably right about that. Yep, yep." And that's but like, see, that's the thing, is like that is where we need to be as serious leftists. Like we need to be making that argument. And I feel like hyper focus, over focus on social issues is really hampering that. Because once again, that conversation you had where you felt like you might have turned that guy socialist would have been over if you'd have been like, "Men can get pregnant." If that's how you started it, and I don't know why you're a chud because you don't think men can get pregnant, bro. That conversation would have been over before it started. It would have been a shouting match. You guys would have been fucking written up for, like
Well,
altercation.
if I approached it like one of these born morally lucky leftists, yeah, probably. But I mean, again, if somehow that was the topic, I'm pretty sure I could convince them that yeah, trans men are valid. And it's just like you just gotta.
You got to know how to speak. You can't use the buzzwords. You can't say socialism. You can't say Marxism. You can't say communism. You can't say, you can't use the like girl dicks and he pussies and all this other like fun shit that we talk about. Or we're talking about you can't say like you're a gender abolitionist and explain what that. You can't lead with any of that, because if you do, you just lost. Their brain is going to shut off. Sean Hannity is going to appear up there and go like, "This is liberal blue-haired cuckery bullshit," and they're going to just shut you down and make fun of you and just
NPC dialogue tree engage.
right. And like that's been my argument for the longest time is like I support all these social issues. I think trans people are valid. I think they should be treated just like everybody else. I think they should be able to have their be secure in their gender and put whatever they want on their driver's license, however they feel it is, and live that way. I don't think anybody should stand in the way of that. But I don't
I
think
I
I don't think that we should lead our politics as leftists with their struggle.
I'm
I
I think
don't.
I think there's I think something you could do like on the show or something is like how to approach a right winger on X issue, and
Well,
you
I
know
mean,
you just like tell the audience, all right, here's how you talk about this issue with this guy. Here's what to avoid. Here's how to structure arguments.
it's
You know,
pretty like I'm not an expert, like I have the experience of talking to my family members, but there's also that family bond. So I know these guys aren't going to haul off and hit me or get so mad that they storm off or there's a certain family respect that they're going to hang out no matter what I say. So of course I've got a little more leeway than if I was just Joe Blow off the street. So you got to take all that into account. I'm not some fucking expert. I don't know exactly the best way to couch everything for the right wingers palate. I grew up around a lot of right wingers, but I ain't one. I don't fully understand how they rationalize some of the things they believe. And so I don't know. Maybe I'm not the best guy to do that. You know, uh,
I I think you're really selling yourself short. I'm pretty sure that like if you sat down with I don't what one of my Trumpy coworkers, I'm pretty sure if you guys just you know just I don't know talked about if you had the goal of okay, I'm going to turn this guy into a socialist, I'm pretty sure over the course of a conversation you can get this other guy to say, yeah, maybe I should own this own my own labor or what
yeah,
whatever the equivalent of that would.
I think I would be a better candidate to be successful in that scenario than maybe some other people would be, just because I grew up blue collar and I speak that fucking kind of country language as well. So depending on who I'm talking to, and I'm also I do to admittedly have a facility for that. I'm kind of a social chameleon. I can kind of blend with a group pretty easily if I want to. Not like saying I'm some kind of infiltrator, but I'm just saying I can get along with pretty much anybody. I read people pretty quick. I'm pretty socially aware. And I do my best to tailor my, responses to the, like everybody does, but I just don't know that makes me the best fucking dude in the world to talk. I'm no expert on it.
Hey, you don't have to be the best dude in the world. You just have to be a good enough dude for a certain portion of the population.
Oh,
And
sure.
that's all
It
you.
would be an interesting thing to maybe do on the show one day. But for what I have to say about it, I've said most of it to you already. It's just like we've got to get out of this headspace where we put the trans issue and the gay rights issue in the pole position. You know what I mean? And then everything else is behind it. We've got to put the shit that we have common ground on first. And then the idea is that once this kind of like economic prosperity happens, once we've advocated for unions at the very least and expanded on that, there might be gay people in the union with them. And a union is a great place for those kind of barriers to break down if you've never really known a gay person and now you've got one working at the factory, but you're all in the same union. And so, your vote raises them up as much as it raises you up. That's a good way for because you're not going to you can't argue racism out of somebody. Like I've been around racists my whole life, dude. My parents are racist. My grandparents, super racist. I grew up around them. Like you could tell them they're fucking retarded till you're blue in the face. You can explain systemic fucking racism to them till you're blue in the face. They have to come to it themselves.
You just reminded me of something. Um, yeah. You know how the fear of illegal immigrants taking away our jobs
Yeah.
uh is a pretty common sentiment amongst the working class. And if I remember correctly, I think that might have been one of the last few right wing positions I held.
Yeah.
And it was during a debate Vosh had with some other TikTok yokel idiot, and he brought up this statistic that showed that um that migrant labor, it actually benefits the economy and for everybody, with the sole exception of of high school dropout. And I think it's a small percentage of them. I'm not reciting it from memory perfectly correctly, but I'm getting the gist across. And I looked up that same statistic, and that convinced me. Like, holy shit! All this rhetoric, all this bullshit about Ill illegal immigration, it's all bullshit. And,
Yes.
you know, since then, you know the none of that rhetoric works on me anymore. It's just like, my concerns were all my concerns were answered with that one statistic, and a lot of the racism I think can be like, I'm not talking about like, I am of the superior race kind of racism. I'm talking about these people are coming from my jobs kind of racism,
Mm,
like the one like type that my dad has, that I'm gonna have to be working on working out of him when he
yeah.
moves in with me in a few months.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is anchor babies, and it's an invasion, and they're soaking up all the jobs, and a white man can't even get a job no more. Yeah. I mean, I grew up around that same kind of shit. My parents weren't hard racists. They weren't KKK
Yeah,
members or anything. They had black friends and Mexican friends and gay friends and shit. It was just behind the scenes, the overtones were these goddamn fucking wetbacks just invading town, taking over every nice business, turning it into some mariachi joint piece of shit. Like I grew up around that.
yeah,
And it's just untrue. Number one, and number two, it's just a really uncharitable way of looking at a very hardworking people that, quite frankly, used to fucking have claim to the land that we're living on right now. So, they have a longer history in this area than we do. Um, when I'm talking about California specifically. So, anyway.
hmm I oh
Um,
I kind of want to ask you a question, because this is a thing I've kind of pondered. Well, another question, but this is something that I've kind of thought of. Okay, so I've gone from, when I was growing up, from a conservative with a whole bunch of reactionary beliefs,
mhm,
till to like me now, where I'm, you know, basically a communist. I'm not read up enough on communism to really identify as one
yeah,
confidently. But throughout my evolution, I don't think any of my core principles ever really changed. Like, I've always been defiant towards authority. I've always been extremely uh pro labor, even if I may not have used that language back then.
sure.
Do you think that's kind of weird,
No, that's
or
that's indicative of what I'm talking about. There's all this commonality that we're leaving unexploited because we can't get right wingers to say that men can get pregnant and shit. And I know that's reductive, me putting it that way, but you get my drift. Like, it's because we're like, I feel like the online left specifically has led with the trans rights and LGBTQ rights foot so hard that it's become just an alienating issue. It's not one that you're going to badger a bigot into believing. Like I said, bigots don't have their minds changed by badgering. They have to feel like they came to it themselves. And so they're led to a mind change by person, a skillful person with love in their heart that, is able to show them just by their existence that some of the things that they believe are incorrect. Daryl Davis is an example I use all the fucking time. A dude scalped like 14 Klansmen, and he did it without ever raising his voice. He just talked to them and as a black man and showed them like, hey, look, I'm not a monkey. I'm not a savage. I can talk about literature with you. I can talk about anything you can talk about. I'm probably smarter than you. He didn't say that to them, but he just showed that to them. And it shattered their preconceptions. They were living in this weird fucking feedback loop bubble where, they'd just been raised to believe that black people were just savages and retarded at that, criminals and, just shifty and all this stuff. And here comes Daryl Davis, well-spoken jazz musician. And he just sits down and talks to these guys, and they exchange photos of their families, and he sees that, Daryl's raising his whole family up, and they talk work and they talk business, and they're like, whoa, and eventually they ask him, like, why aren't you like all them other ones? And he goes, I am. What do you mean, why ain't I like you mean all black people? I am like black people. Well, you know what I mean, thug, sagging. He's like, you think most black people are that way? Most black people are just like me. And their minds are fucking blown. They can't do it anymore. They're confronted with the truth in a way that it feels like it dawned on them. But really, it was just Daryl Davis taking the time to sit with that person. Because a modern leftist, if some fucking old guy was like, yeah, I'm a grand wizard in the KKK, they'd be like, fuck you, fascist, and throw something at him. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's not appropriate at some times. It really can be. I'm saying there's like nobody trying that anymore. It's just all fuck you, fascist. And it's not like, hey, let's defuse some of this fucking hyperbolistic bullshit that's being said about me and people that think like me. Let's have a real talk like me and you did. We're not that far apart ideologically. It proves the point. At the very least, it's a, an outlying example of what I'm talking about.
I mean, the most you could say is, we just agree slightly on one tactic.
Well, yeah, electoralism is one part of, the argument, but like we haven't had a significant disagreement on any fucking thing else. And I don't know why we'd be at each other's throats. I don't know why, that would be a thing. But, if it has to be, it's fine. But I'd rather it wasn't, I guess, at this point in my life. I'm just kind of tired of fighting with people that I agree with on most things. And you know what? I do not lump Vosh in with this. I do think Vosh is he's a different story. We can have that talk some other fucking time. I really would rather not ever talk to Vosh again. I really, I feel like it's poisonous,
I personally don't understand your disposition towards him, and that's what I'll say.
I don't like rich kids, and I'm sorry to be that way, but I don't. I grew up in a town that had like rich farmer kids that or my dad is on the school board or whatever the fuck, and they were shitty to me. And they were shitty people, and they pretended to have the moral high ground on stuff, and they pretended they were smarter than everybody because their mom and dad made more money. And Vosh exudes rich kid energy to me in such a way that I can hardly contain myself but react to it with contempt. And that's just the truth. I mean, like, I don't like a lot of his political prescriptions, and I definitely don't like how he goes about having conversations. Because you and I had in my opinion, way more fruitful conversation than he and I had. And I don't put all that off on me like a lot of people do. I think Vosh, if you go back and watch that VOD, was the first one to start name calling ad homing, calling, and the first one to raise his voice too. But for some
I mean,
reason,
there was a fair amount of antagonism on your part, Paul.
like what? Like when I did the horse thing at the beginning? That was just a
I,
joke.
I,
Isn't that a
I,
meme in his community? I was just joking with him. Like honestly, I'm not trying to fucking gaslight you. I didn't mean that as like an attack on him. I thought it was a meme in his community. I see it in his chat all the time when I go over there and look.
I mean, I, I'll be front with you. I'm autistic. I'm on the spectrum.
Sure.
You might have noticed that.
No, I didn't. It
Eh,
doesn't matter. You know what I mean? We're having a conversation, and you're perfectly capable of that.
Yeah, and it might lead to um different. It might lead to an interpretation that you didn't expect.
Sure.
Because I saw it as, antagonistic. I've 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 heard Vosh say on his streams that he's felt that you've been real weird to him.
Hmm.
Um, and
Yeah,
you
I mean,
know,
and I kind of feel the same way about him. I feel like he was happy with me when I extended charitability to him, but when that dried up, he stopped extending it to me, and I guess that makes sense. But at a certain point, I feel like I'm pussyfooting around. I don't want like, and look, I don't need friends either. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm old. I got enough friends. I'm not trying to make friends with Vosh. You know what I mean?
I mean,
I
yeah,
don't need to be
you don't need friend. I mean,
and where I come
huh?
from,
Yeah.
people talk to each other like that. They call each other names sometimes. They get loud sometimes and passionate when they argue, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm kind of not, because I think the left needs people like me. Like I said, the dude that would be standing on the truck trailer with the bullhorn guy. I think they need, and the fact that I'm demonized for doing what I do best is kind of shitty, in my opinion, from my perspective. But that being said, Vosh did his part. You'd have to, if you're charitable at all, you'd have to say that we carried it to a fucking angry place together, because he was
Oh,
called.
I think he also went in full debate, bro.
Of course he did. Of course he did, because he doesn't know how to do anything else. Like,
Yeah.
that's literally what butters his bread. He doesn't know how to have a fucking real conversation with somebody on a stream like I'm doing right now. Like, if he did this, I don't know. I don't even know if his fucking audience would recognize it as content. And you see how much lower viewed this is than a Vosh stream. So that should underline exactly what you're saying. He knows that this doesn't get dick for views. Nobody cares to hear two people sit and have a fucking pretty polite conversation with one another about politics. They want to see blood. So
But
he
I mean, Vosh on his streams has said that he doesn't like having friendly conversations on his stream because he's like navigating unknown territory at that point, and you know that's a very valid criticism you can make of him, and perhaps he should um learn how to be more personable and maybe
I mean, if he's
you
dealing
know
with a dude like me, I'm a guy. I like having a conversation like we're having. This has been fun for me. But
yeah.
by the same token, if you were calling me a retard every 5 seconds, I probably would have yelled at you and hung up on you about fucking an hour and a half ago. You know what I mean? Like, I'm more than happy for that to be the outcome. And so if you're going to call me a child over and over again and do it even after I asked you to, like, stop, if you really go back and watch the VOD, like, I confront him on it. And yeah, I'm a little salty. I'm like, dude, you don't have to call everybody a child. It's like, we get it. Like, there's no children here. And then he goes on a rant again after I said that and calls us all children again. And that's when I started getting fucking salty and shit. So yeah, I'm not saying I was right to do that or whatever. I'm not saying it was the best look for me to do that at that moment. But this idea that Vosh was just trying to have a calm conversation and was being cordial and then I just shat on him is fucking retarded and I see it everywhere. Like you said you were autistic in response to that and I understand why. Like you're saying maybe you didn't pick up on social cue this or that. But I honestly don't get like I said, if you hadn't told me that, I wouldn't have said, "Oh, that's an autistic dude." Not that it would matter anyway, but you get it. Like,
I mean, I function a little better than some autistic dudes, but if you saw me in real life interacting with, I don't know, someone I know, you look like, yeah, you would tell me, yeah, that dude's autistic.
well, I mean, I don't know. I usually don't. I hate labeling people because I hate when people do it to me. So I don't ever, like I might joke about it. I might, hey, dude, are you fucking autistic or something? But I don't assume that about people, and I really didn't enter into my thought process with you. But
All right.
that's I guess a testament to how well adjusted you are, and the probably a lot of work that you've done to work on some of the harder parts of that illness.
Honestly, it's through just being as blunt and straightforward as I can.
Well, yeah, I
Like,
mean that works a
I
lot in
it,
life, so it's a good way to do
I
it.
I don't have to worry about, navigating the social dance, whatever. I just blunder on in, being honest and straightforward.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sorcerer Slothful says, I hate the implicit narrative of Vosh kept his cool while being a passive aggressive bully and Paul got loud. Vosh is so based, lol. I mean, yeah, I mean, there was a whole lot of that and worse, honestly, in the wake of that. But a lot of that's trolling. I get that. I'm not.
Bob, uh, the way Vosh, engages his opponents was part of the reason why I started watching him. Like, just being an absolute cunt towards the Nazis and the fascists and all the other is, you know when I yeah that's part of why I started watching him. And it
Do
yeah,
you think?
yeah.
Can I ask you a question and not have you get because I'm not trying to be insensitive about it, but Vosh is on the spectrum, right?
Oh yeah, I think he's probably a bit more on the spectrum than I am.
I'm just making sure. I don't want to mislabel him but I think he's admitted that, right?
Like,
I'm not a
he
Vosh
said it,
historian.
he said it all the time.
Okay, so he's on the spectrum, right?
Yeah, he's
Do you think that do you feel like his community is it probably is, right? Overrepresented with other people on the spectrum?
I think every community is represented with autists,
Oh my
and
god, you are so fucking right about that. I'm glad you
like
said it, not me, but yeah,
I
hard agree.
you guys on stream. Half of you guys are like
Oh my god,
uh
everybody in this chat is autistic as far as I can tell.
like I mean just look at his fucking fashion arc.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah, how he spurgs out about it.
Yeah, see, it's not even really because I like it because like I gotta be honest with you, sometimes when people spurg out about shit, I learn some crazy shit. You know what I mean? And I find it interesting. It's one of the things I like about autistic people is like the way that sometimes you guys will fucking have a real propensity to really get deep into the detail of something. It's sometimes, I mean, like you guys made the best Let's Plays. Let's get real. Dude, every
I
goddamn champion Let's Player was an autist for sure.
I kid you not. I got into I did like a 45-minute primer with one of my coworkers about various battleships from the Dreadnought era.
Yeah.
HMS Dreadnought. I think I ended on why the Bismarck was such piece of shit, worthless battleship, because the Hood, HMS Hood, was basically Bismarck, but 20 years earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a little bit of that.
Okay, so now I can kind of tell that you're autistic. No, I'm kidding. No, but yeah, like, so it's just interesting to me, and maybe
Yeah.
maybe that is something that's been going on with me, like in terms of, because like his audience seems to really fucking hate me, and I always when I argue with one of his audience, I always feel like I'm missing something, like I'm just not. I feel like I'm just not quite getting across the way I want to be. And that's like I'm not being heard totally, or maybe like I'm using too much too much.
Some of them are probably just coming in with an agenda. Some of them are probably arguing with the bottle of Head and Shoulders that they scribbled Paul on.
Sure.
That some of them are probably really far on the spectrum and just can't understand you or can't communicate all that well themselves.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I don't like that. Like I'm not saying they're fucked. I'm saying that's I wish that wasn't the case. I wish, because like
and
man, that
and
is one thing about me, is like I don't care if people disagree with me, but I want to be understood. If you're gonna disagree with me, when you sum up my arguments, like I want to hear my argument. I don't want to hear what you think my argument is or some extrapolation of my argument. And I feel like that happens to me a lot.
I,
Where
I that's a pretty common sentiment amongst autists, especially myself included.
sure. Well, anyway, I think I'm gonna wrap this up. It's been nice talking to you. It was cool. Thank you for
Yeah,
putting your money where your mouth is. And
yeah,
I liked meeting you. I liked hearing your story. I liked our political conversation.
yeah,
I was nice.
yeah. I mean, even though we still have our disagreements, I am glad that I understand where you're coming from a little better,
Sure.
and you understand where I'm coming from a little bit too.
I do. Yeah, I definitely understand your position better than I did at the beginning, and hey, that's all we can hope for.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks for joining me. We'll do this again sometime, maybe you and I. Huh?
yeah. Maybe we could talk about movies because I got all kinds of movie
Ooh,
ideas.
yeah, that would be fun.
Let me give you a little thing.
All right, give me a hot
This
pitch.
okay. Three Stooges versus the Evil Dead.
Okay, I immediately wanted to say no, but then I thought about it, and I want to say yes now.
I have a basic plot in my head. Like, okay, you know, it's 1987 or 1981, whenever the movie supposedly take place.
Yeah,
The cops come in, they grab all the evidence, including the tape recorder. They bring
sure.
it to evidence locker, and you have the Three Stooges there.
Got
And
it. Are they
and
cops?
I was thinking more like janitors or something
Okay,
like that.
yeah, yeah.
And they're busy doing their job, and through some shenanigans, the tape recorder plays, and then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah,
And then you just basically have one of those old episodes of this Three Stooges, except turned up to rated R or unrated.
nice.
When they do the eye pokey thing, they're jamming those fingers in those eyeballs.
Yeah, those eyeballs are coming out on the ends of those fingers like shish kebabs.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like it.
like a
The
bloody
more I
gory mess.
hear, the more I like.
All right,
So yeah, we'll do that sometime.
all
Have a
right,
good one though. Thank you for the
all
talk.
right.
We'll see you next time. Take care. Okay.
Talk to you later. Bye
Yep.
bye.
Bye bye. Nice guy. Nice guy. See, that was. I mean, stone butt. I'm not like I don't. I'm not super. I don't know all the subreddit people, but he's definitely that. I recognize that name from over there, and I'd have to go back and look at what he posted, but I recognize him as a frequent Paul detractor in the community. But I feel like we just had a fruitful conversation. I don't know that anybody's mind was changed on anything, but fuck. I mean, what do you want me to do? Climb Mount Everest next? I mean, try and change a mind. Give me a break. It's retarded. But, at least, whatever. We were cordial to one another. There was no need for screaming and yelling and bullshit. And I understand where he's coming from. I really do. I understand where Vosh is coming from too, honestly. I'm just not a liberal. I'm not trying to disparage. I'm just saying my brain doesn't work that way. So it's going to be inherent conflict there. But that went smooth. That went smooth, did it? Dude, I kept looking over and you guys were having this total fucking shit fit with each other. There was some fucking dork in the chat that was just whining and boo-hooing and fighting with some commie guy. And I was just like, look at these ants. Look at these ants on a log. These raisins stuck in my peanut butter. Y'all seen the new True Detective? No, I have not. I'm waiting for it to finish. I want all the episodes to be out and available, and then I will watch it. I don't like waiting. If I want to binge it, I'll just binge it, Yeah, good night, buddy. You take care. Good luck unionizing and all that. But you see, part of that talk was establishing common ground. You have to acknowledge commonality. If you try and pretend like you're some different species than a person who may disagree with you, you're never going to fucking talk to them correctly. You know what I mean? Finding out this kid comes from a labor household, had a real similar dad who had a real similar dad to my grandpa's, to my dad's dad. We had a similar upbringing, maybe. Similar, kind of work history, just hardworking kind of guys. There's a lot to build on there. That's part of the problem, not to shit talk, but that's part of the problem I have with Vosh. Vosh grew up in a very different way than I did. I don't really have a whole lot of that commonality with him, and that shows, I think, in our inability to find common ground. I don't know. I don't speak rich kid, I don't understand the perspective and understand the kind of like solipsistic self-interest that happens as a result of being a rich kid, which seems to be pervasive as far as I can see. Will never work belittling people. I mean, whatever. Maybe I'm not saying there's not a fucking time and a place. Like I said, when I feel like somebody's taking it there, I'm more than happy to go full fucking salt explosion mode. I really am. I'm an Irish guy. I love having that fucking loud ass. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. That's my fucking heritage right there, right? And it showed in my upbringing. My family is that way. Just explosive people. And so I'm happy to go there. I don't think it's all necessarily that productive, but I don't think everything has to be either. It's okay, like if that's how you want to be, I'm happy to go there, but sometimes I guess I'd rather not. I do get tired of it. Remember I went on stream with you like over a decade ago, trading embarrassing stories, Orange Guy, for those who remember. I hope this starts a return to those days. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It was pretty easy getting in touch. I'm sure if I start doing this more often, people will troll it and drop N bombs and say mean gamer words and stuff. It's only a matter of time before something like that happens, but I can't do anything to control that. I just, I wish that that wasn't an inevitability if I decide to do this more, but it is. Welcome to the internet. What was that? Can you talk to someone who can actually speak for once? No offense. I thought he was perfectly fine. I mean, when he first came in, he was a little nervous, but I think he chilled out once he saw that I wasn't there to like try and have a fucking ponage fight with him or whatever the fuck. I think he like, and after that, he had no problem. He was an articulate guy. What, like, why are you being a dick about that? Like, I understood every word he said. I don't think that there was anything particularly like uneducated or stupid about anything he said. Like, he seemed like a down to earth dude working a job and, politics enjoyer. I don't know. Yeah, he's not a professional streamer. Like, but he carried on fine, like I wouldn't have stuck around if that conversation wasn't at the very least interesting to me. It really was. I don't like being trapped in uncomfortable conversations for hours, and that just wasn't that for me. It was actually a pretty comfy conversation for me. I kind of like the guy. I think we might be burgeoning internet buds, me and Stone Butt. But if not that, I definitely, have a different perspective on the guy. And I think he probably does me too. I think he'd probably say he's got a little better insight into Paul. And that's cool, right? But don't be mean. Don't act like the dude couldn't talk and shit. That's just fucked up. Stone Boy. Just felt like he was just reiterating talking points. Well, I did the same thing. I brought the conversation back a number of times to certain central. That's what you do. You extrapolate a little bit in a conversation, then you bring it back to some central point. Then you redirect, you redirect, you redirect. I mean, that's every conversation ever. But no, the guy wasn't fucking unreasonable. He didn't call me a name. He was receptive to a few little like jokes and he made a few of his own or whatever. But he didn't come in there looking to fucking bloody me up or whatever and say mean things and bait me or whatever. Like, I didn't feel that way. And so it never went there, I'm not putting all the blame on other people when it does go there, but I'm just saying. I feel like following Paul and the guys. I've seen every talking point to this convo. Yeah, I mean, you have. I didn't say anything to him that I haven't said before, but maybe he's never heard all of that stuff in one go. I didn't. Maybe he's not a guy that watches a lot of fucking ideology and shit. I don't know. You know. Um. Yeah, he was all right. Wrong as fuck, but all right. No, I'm kidding. Um. Hey, Paul. I was the guy at the Vegas meetup who helped you get in touch. Uh. No. Well, whatever, dude. It's cool, bro. I didn't even mean to put him on blast like that. It's more sad than anything, honestly. Like if that was truly him or whatever, then I'm just more sad about it than anything because I really like Marshall, and I thought we were always kind of supportive of his talent to the extent that we could be, and to hear that he feels like we took advantage of him and stuff really sucks. And I wish he would have said something because I would have tried to fix it. But I just hate that. I hate when somebody that I like and respect, like Marshall, is a dude that I didn't just like him. I thought he was a really cool musician and producer and stuff too, you know. And that's really where it stayed with me. Like I don't know, he was he's just a really nice guy and a really reliable guy, man. We flew him down and put him on basically what was his first stage show, and he killed it, man. He's been better than any other fucking opening act we've had, maybe with the exception of this last one. But we actually had like a touring band. It was pretty badass at the last one. But not a competition. I'm just saying, I like the guy. And I don't like that he feels I did him wrong, and I wish that I could, if that is true, I wish I could go back and undo those things. I really didn't try to do him wrong, but he's very mad, and I totally respect a person like no contact shit. And to be honest with you, I won't talk about it after this either. Like, I don't want to start a fucking like, my intention is not to shit talk him by bringing it up. I just thought it was like fucking, I don't know, just sad, and that the community ought to know or whatever, so that maybe they'd stop asking, because I think he just wants to be left alone or whatever, at least by me. So I'm going to try and. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is it doesn't sound like him to me either, Matt. And so I've been uh, skeptical that maybe I'm having like an op pulled on me or something. Like the dude at the fucking meetup was like just a troll, and Marshall, the Marshall that contacted me is just him. Because there wasn't a phone conversation; it was a text conversation. Who the fuck knows? That's definitely like a possibility that I've considered, and like I would love to hear that is, by the way, what happened, because I would rather not Marshall hate my fucking guts and think I'm a scumbag or whatever. But you know do you ever find it annoying and self-important when people are loud about not wanting kids? Like, who gives a fuck? I mean, no more loud and self-important and annoying than when people brag about having kids. I rut it up in my fucking sow's pussy, and a whole litter of little piglets came out. Don't you look at this pig? Like, you guys are always coming at us with your pictures of your little brood and shit. Don't act like we're the ones that start that conversation, by the way. Give me a break with that. You breeders are always the ones that bring that shit up, and then you don't like what we have to say about it. Stop bringing it up. Fucking problem solved. It's always you that's bringing us your pictures of your, quite frankly, lumpy headed, ugly looking little kids. Google eyed fucking little kids. And I'm forcing us in the uncomfortable situation of having to tell you that your ugly little brood is cute. You know what I mean? And then fucking listening to what they're up to like we give a fuck. You're the ones doing that shit, bro. That's not us fucking non baby having people. You get a little mad because there's like a child free thing where we're starting to do what you do. You spend all day on social media bragging about the wonderful magic of being a fucking parent or whatever. You know what I mean? But as soon as we go, like, you know what? There's some wonderful magic to not having a fucking screaming sack of endless need attached to your hip in your fucking life. You can do some traveling and act like an adult most of the day and live how you want. You guys go like, oh, fuck you. It's so loud and obnoxious when you guys are fucking constantly. It's like, well, okay. Well, what is it when you constantly corner me with your fucking ugly picture of your lumpy kids? I'm kidding. Your kids are usually pretty cute, but every once in a while, dude, that is an uncomfortable situation. Somebody will hand you a picture and you look at it and you almost want to recoil in horror, for it's like a jump scare. You know what I mean? Hideous children. Hideous little fucking. I know it's a Carlin bit. I know. I'm not trying to steal it, but it is, hey, it's true. Just because he said it doesn't mean I can't say it. It is very fucking true. Ugly, lumpy little bastards, dude. All babies look like potatoes with frowny faces drawn on. I know. But don't tell that to parents. They'll shit a brick. And then you guys do retarded things too, and we have to pretend it's cute. Like we'll show up and you'll be like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" And you have your like little baby stroller there, and I'll look in and I'll say, "Oh, how's the little man doing?" And I'll look, and this little fucking toddler, not even toddler, this baby is wearing Jordans. And I'm like, "Oh shit, he's already got some Jordans, huh?" It's like, "Yeah, only the best for my little man. They're just too cute. It's like, uh, Quaid, start the reactor. I know, dude. I won't be having children. Yeah, good for you. No one cares. Hey, I'm fine with that. I'm willing to shut up about it as long as you're willing to shut up about your little fucking brood. Like I should give a fuck about it. And by the way, that means quit acting like I'm responsible for them in public. Like I'm somehow partially have to sit and listen to them scream and throw a tantrum. Dude, if you're a parent and your kid is out somewhere in public where other people are fucking doing business and that kid starts having a meltdown, you grab that kid and you leave and you don't come back in with it yelling and screaming and fucking whining. And so many people will just let their kid have a whole ass fucking tantrum in the middle of a fucking nice dinner I'm paying for. And I'm like, why is your decision to pork some fucking thought after a fucking party where you did too much E and your boner wouldn't go down? Why is your decision to do that now affecting my fucking expensive ass night out? I normally would have nice ambiance in here, but because you took too much E one night and met a fucking slut and ran through her and ended up fathering a child in that, I've now got to sit here and listen to the fucking fruits of your loins screech like a fucking holy terror out of hell while I'm paying for a fucking expensive ass meal somewhere. Fuck off. So I tell you what, you're tired of hearing it. Who cares? I get it, dude. I feel the same fucking way. Shut up about your kids. Quit expecting everybody to help you raise them. Quit expecting everybody to put up with them like we give a fuck, because spoiler alert, we don't. And you'll never hear it from me again. Don't bring your kids out to fucking public places if they can't fucking not have a screaming mad fit. Sorry, you're a parent. That's your responsibility. I didn't fucking, like I said, I didn't rut the bitch after the party. Okay, you did. That wasn't me. I put a Jimmy hat on, okay, and I fucking didn't have any kids, and that's great. Same thing with crazy bitches. It's not just like I wouldn't just say like whatever bitches in 2024 is not a good look, but whatever. Yeah, I get your point. I definitely use it too. But yeah, why do I have to listen to your drama in a restaurant? It's not just women, it's men too. Like people will just straight up have a whole ass cell phone argument where it's just you're just hearing one side of it in the lobby for a nice restaurant. Dude, I can tell you how socially unaware these fucking people are. And it's just this kind of like pick me culture that social media has created where everybody thinks that it's main character syndrome run amok. Like unbelievable. Like if I'm in the middle of a restaurant, I won't even answer the phone if I look and it says mom. I'm sending mom to voicemail and I'll fucking get up and I'll go outside so I don't disturb everybody around me with my fucking conversation with my mother. And these motherfuckers are literally having a whole ass breakup arc, you know, at the fucking restaurant or at the movies or whatever the fuck. It's crazy, dude. It makes me not want to go out in public. I'm being fucking real with you guys right now, dude. It makes me fucking, it gives me social anxiety, be like going to these big anonymous crowded places because I just don't want to deal with other people's horse shit. And there used to be a time, and I'm not trying to old man you here, but there used to be a time when if you like went out to the mall or something, there weren't like 35 retards there fucking yelling at their girlfriend into the mic and getting all brawlic in the mall and shit. That was rare for shit like that to happen. And now it's like a plum guarantee. You go out to a place that's got, busy, got shopping, got movie theater, whatever it is, and some fucking idiot is going to make an ass. I'm not saying it never fucking happened back in the day. Yeah, sometimes you'd hear a fucking drunk couple going at it or whatever. But I'm just saying it's like a virtual fucking, like, certainty now. It's really like social graces. And I think COVID really hurt that shit too. I think a lot of people retreated into solipsism after fucking COVID. Those lockdowns did some wild fucking shit to people's heads, dude. It's wild. I fully know what you're on about. I really don't like going out because it makes me feel like a time traveler or something. Oh my God, dude. Kids and just how fucking, I feel like everywhere I look, like, is a person that's just on autopilot. Like, I hate to sound like one of these fucking like right wing dudosphere streamers or whatever, but the way they talk about like NPCs, like people being NPCs, I totally feel that fucking way. I feel like there are people out there just like fucking not even aware that they're in a fucking civilization with other people. I feel like their children are out of control and they don't give a fuck and they just assume somebody else will take care of it or we'll all put up with it with them. You know what I mean? They're just dead to it now. And it's like, whoa, yeah, body snatchers vibes, faux show. It gets heavy with me. I really have to like tune out of that thought process when I'm out in public because I have a real, like, dude, I'll start looking around and I'm just like, holy fuck. Kids need to let off energy. Let the kids be kids. Totally fucking agree. That's why you take them to fucking Chuck E. Cheese or take them to the McDonald's that has a big play place and let them get in the balls and get head lice. All right. Like, don't bring them to the fucking nice restaurant. Don't bring them to the movies unless they know how to sit there and be quiet and listen. I don't care if you bring them. It's just if you bring them, at least do me the courtesy of having been a decent parent that taught your children how to not be mongrels. You know what I mean? You didn't raise them like the wolves didn't raise them. Like you taught them like social graces and manners and how to shut up when they're told, how to sit down and eat, how to not have a fucking pants shitting fit at dinner table. And if they do, you promptly grab them up and you remove them and you take them out so that so that other people don't have to deal with it. That used to be kind of like how people were expected to deal with it. And now I feel like it's the other way around. Now somebody's kid will start whining in the thing, and I'm expected to see a parent walk by with a little kid bundled up. Nope, it just keeps on screaming. So okay, so now my night is listening to your progeny scream like this is a Chuck E. Cheese, and they're mad because they didn't get enough tickets to get the fucking Mickey Mouse doll or whatever. Give me a break. No, I know Meds was quoting people. I know she was. I was responding in kind. Yeah, I was just responding to her hypothetical, her very real statement that you hear from people. But I knew it wasn't. I know how she feels. I've talked to Meds enough to know where she stands on this. Oh my God, it's fucking horrible. And you can tell that these kids are just used to doing it. And the parents are too tired and too stupid and too unprepared and too fucking filled with regret about their decision to have this child to do anything about it. In fact, a lot of them, and this is sad, but so fucking true, a lot of them develop a genuine dislike for their children because they've raised such little monsters because they didn't do their jobs as parents. They didn't instill basic fucking, human dignity in them. And so now they're like out of control and running around with fucking Kool-Aid stains on their mouth and driving everybody up the wall. And they'll tell you right to your face, like, oh, I love my children. They're just a little handful. But in the secret heart of hearts at night, they hate their fucking children. They wish they could go back in time and slap that dick out of that pussy before it ever blew the nut. and give that person what for even thinking about bringing that fucking little mongrel back. And you know what? It's not the kid's fault. It's your fault. It's your fault because when you rolled on the sow, you were barely able to take care of yourself. And now you got a whole life you're supposed to be raising and showing how to do it. You don't know how to do your life. So you raised a little fucking like a little insane person. And because you fucked up that hard doesn't mean my night has to be ruined. I don't care. I don't care about your child. I mean, I do in a broader sense. You know what I mean? I care about them statistically. I don't want children hurt, and I wish your child had a better parent that taught it some fucking manners. But as far as like what's going on, whatever drama's going on with you and the baby mama and the baby, I don't care about that at my fucking restaurant night, dude. Go back to your fucking house and have that out. I hope it works out for everybody. I hope you're happy with your fucking choices, but don't let your bad choices in life like ruin the lives of everybody around you. Like they used to be just like kind of like almost common knowledge. Yes, there were some fucking idiots that didn't know better. They were pretty ostracized. Now it's just every time I fucking go out, dude. Every time we go out, somebody's acting like they're on a sitcom that's named after them. You know? It's like, what? The fuck is this? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the thought process is there. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm having a hard time connecting up with the youth on that one. But I don't know. Don't call women bitches, calls them sows. Good point. Whatever. And they have the audacity to get mad that child-free spaces exist. Oh yeah, and they always want to push the envelope on that shit too. There are a lot of places that are like implicitly child-free. Like when I was a kid, I didn't get to go to the movies if I was going to be screaming. Number one. Number two, my parents were never going to take me to an adult movie. It was going to be a kids movie and there would be other kids there. My parents were not taking me to the 10 o'clock showing of fucking Seven, okay, when I was a kid. It wasn't happening. But now it's just like, I swear to God, every time I go to I love going to the movies too, but every time I go, I'll just fucking sit there in fear while I'm waiting for the fucking previews to start. Like any second, the family's going to walk in and it's going to be one big, giant, fat woman who's probably pregnant again. And she's going to have 13 fucking identical looking little kids. Like she just dropped a litter. And they're all going to be just old enough to squeal and run and scream and cry and fight with one another. And I'm going to be privy to the whole drama. I'm going to sit there from my fucking vantage point and watch this woman down below try and situate 13 children and then send the oldest one back to get popcorn for everybody and have that be drama, and then answer a cell phone call from the husband to tell him that they're okay, and maybe you have a little argument, and then one of the kids slaps the, you know what I mean? Like now their whole fucking life drama is it like they've just paid for the privilege of being able to expose me to it. And to me, I never sold that privilege. When I went to the movies, I paid for the privilege of sitting in a nice environment that was nice and cool with a bag of popcorn and watching a movie. Like I didn't pay to have my right to fucking not sit around in a fucking dysfunctional household. You know what I mean? And it doesn't happen every fucking time, but it happens way more often than it used to, man. It's like clockwork. But to be frank, and not to fucking continue this doomer rant that I'm going on here, but to be frank, like it ain't just the fucking kids or the little kids. Anyway, these fucking teenagers don't even know how to act, dude. TikTok brain. That's what I'm calling it. I don't know if that's already been posited as a thing, but that's what I call it when I'm out in public and I see these like gaggles of teenagers and stuff. These motherfuckers are socializing with their faces in their phones, dude. It is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. They're sitting in a gaggle. So you know they're flocking with the same fucking geese. You know what I mean? Like every once in a while, one of them might like look up and go like, what would you say? Oh, never mind. It's like, huh? And then when their faces aren't in their phones, what comes out of their mouth is just like socially unaware meme lord shit. They're just acting like assholes. It's TikTok brain. Like that's what I call it. TikTok brain. It's fucking crazy. Like I don't even recognize kids anymore in terms of like how they act and shit. Like I don't even know. Like it's so dystopian. Like I'm not saying it was like, yeah, dude, teenagers would cut up in my age. I was a cut up of a teenager. Yeah, we were loud and inappropriate sometimes and shit. But like there was like a I don't know. There was a relatability to the way that we interacted with one another. And at least for me and my group of friends, there was an overarching understanding that like nobody's going to have fun if the security guard kicks us all out of the movie for being assholes. So let's just sit and watch the fucking movie. You know, like I don't know, we had enough self-awareness to, you know, if we want to enjoy sitting at the mall, we're not going to be able to pick fights with every fucking idiot we see. You know, I don't know. You had some sense of respect because you got hit. You think that's what it was? You think it's because my dad beat me mercilessly with a leather belt? Cool. Well, I guess I'm glad that happened. Um, I know. No, don't bother passive aggressive. It's a point. It's pointless arguing with people like Omar because he's not even really coming from a fucking honest place. He's just trying to trigger you. Just don't fall for it. Yeah. I got hit and all it taught me was to fear my parents. You know what I mean? Like honestly, I was fucking terrified of my father. I still am to a certain extent. I think everybody is, but like when I was young, especially during a certain era, I was terrified of my fucking dad. Like uniformly terrified of him. So, yeah. Anyway. I don't know. My sleep schedule is so fucked up now. Everybody's like, "Oh, Paul pulled an all-nighter." No, this is just my normal fucking shit. The sun is well up before I go to bed most days. I'm at that part of the cycle where I'm literally living vampire hours. It's like as soon as the fucking sun gets high enough to start coming through the crack in my window, I crawl in my coffin. Make you a mod? No, dude. You're not. I don't need you modding. Thanks though. Thanks for the fucking waking up at 8 p.m. is a bitch. I don't quite sleep in them. I don't need that much sleep anymore though. Like, I legit don't need that much sleep. I usually will not sleep until the sun has gone down again, but you know, it's also not it's not unheard of. I mean, it will happen to me sometimes. So I'm actually like contemplating doing my fucking hard reset because it's my week off. What I'll do is, if I do decide to do this, is I will just stay up today until the evening time, until I'm like it's 9 or 10 or whatever. I will force myself to stay awake until tonight, until it is, at least 7, but like more like 8 or 9. And then I'll go to sleep and then I'll wake up and I'll be on a more reasonable fucking schedule. So I'm really like honestly fucking thinking about doing that right now. Hard resets are kind of fun. Yeah, they are, but it's also kind of miserable too. When did you wake up? I woke up yesterday at, I want to say it was like 2:30 or 3, something like that. And once again, stayed up till about now. About 8. Like, what time is it now? Oh, it's later than I thought. Well, no, it's about 8. Yeah, I was up till about 8. What's up with the stream titles? What do you mean? With mine, I just put whatever is in my mind at that moment. I don't care about the stream title. Like, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to monetize this. I'm not trying to fucking SEO it. I don't care. I just put blah 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 whatever, and I go live. Till about now. Yeah, I know. No, I know. But yeah, that would mean that at around this time, well, no, that would mean that at around 3 o'clock tomorrow, I will have been up for 24 hours. Or today, sorry. I'm already getting pretty tired, but this is part of the hard reset, right? So yeah, it would mean like at around 3 o'clock today, I would have been up for 24 hours straight. And then at about 7 or whatever, 7:38, when I go to bed, I will have been up for, 26, 27, 28 hours. And that sucks. That's not good for your body. It's not good for your brain. But it's a little tough when your natural circadian rhythm or whatever the fuck just wants to be asleep during the day and awake all night and busy all night. Like, it works for certain things. Like, it works for my show, works for anything I've got to do for the show, writing, anything like that. Like, it's fine, but like nothing's open, no businesses are open. What's the longest you stayed awake? I don't know. I can guarantee you when it was in my life. It was my early 20s. I did some I did some parties in my early 20s where I would go to the party, right? I'd show up after work like at 6:30 or 7 after I got off work at 5. And I would party all night and then kind of pass out, at 8 or 9 in the morning, wake up at 11 or something, get like 2.5 hours of sleep and just start drinking again and have a whole ass fucking day of, like, that's not a contiguously being awake for a long time, but like, you're not getting any functional sleep under that scenario, you're not getting no REM. But I would say like I've probably been up close to 48 hours, maybe right at it. It's my longest. I honestly came very close to that when I got divorced. Like the day that I got divorced, or the day that I announced my intent to seek a divorce or whatever, I fucking packed a duffel bag and grabbed my computer and I made a run for the border, dude. I went straight for Texas. And because, I didn't just decide on a whim. I'd been up all night crying and pondering about it. So I'd already probably hadn't slept in close to 24 hours by the time I left California. And then I had another close to 20 hours left it was just fucked. I was 48 hours driving close to, or 48 hours without sleep and driving for half of it. Why crying? Because I was about to break up my marriage, and there was there's a lot of emotion wrapped up in that. Is that really all right? I guess that's a question. Yeah, why crying? Because divorce. So yeah. But yeah, I'm not some marathon stay up guy. Like this won't be hard for me. Even if I don't make it all the fucking way, this will be a reset. So even if I pass out at 3 this afternoon or whatever the fuck I end up doing, like it'll still break up the cycle enough to, balance me out the next day or two. Are you choosing not to sleep right now? Yeah, I would say that, like, well, maybe not right now, but I would say that if I went to bed when I felt tired enough to go to bed, I'd probably go to bed within an hour of now. And I haven't decided to. I might decide to just go to bed, but if I don't do it today, I'll have to do it sometime in the future, because when I get in this part of the cycle, I really have to interrupt it, because I feel like that if I was just like a billionaire and it didn't matter when I operated and I could get anything 24 hours a day, and I feel like I would just be up all night every night. I'd go to bed when the sun came up and wake up when evening came around usually, and that would be just but I guess it's just hard. You can't go anywhere, and doctor's appointments and shit happen during the day when you normally want to be asleep, and it sucks. Yeah, why cry? Conserve you water. I didn't realize we had Fremen in the audience. Tear is waste of water. The feelings make my eyes red. Mama, I know you's in the angels with heaven, and that makes me happy. But when I think about you, it makes my eyes rain. Oh, simple Jack, dude. What are you gonna fucking do? Did you see you were featured in a leftist YouTuber's video? Hassan Abi watched it on stream last night. Oh, really? Cool. Yeah, I hadn't seen that, but I guess I'm famous. You rum tum tugger nuts, dude. Not a huge Ben Stiller fan, but he was great in that. Yeah, I agree. I'm in the same boat. Another Ben Stiller movie that you should check out. Nobody's seen. I never hear anybody talk about it. He's in a movie called Permanent Midnight, where he plays the guy that wrote for that 80s sitcom Alf. The head writer for that was a major heroin addict, and it's like a gritty kind of biopic about that guy, and it's pretty fucked up, and he's pretty good in it. Meet the Parents is a classic. Yeah, he's a pretty good straight man in that, honestly. But yeah, Permanent Midnight, dude. Check that out. Not just Johnny, everybody. If you haven't seen it, it's worth your time. It's worth a look. It's a compelling performance, and it's a pretty well done movie, in my opinion. I mean, it's not going to blow your mind or anything, but it might make you look at Ben Stiller a little differently. Oh, God, boy, is that the beans of the Frank? How did you get the beans above the Frank? And it's free on my streaming site. Cool. Neat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have Yar too. I can't right now, but if you search up Hasanabi Reacts Leftist Pipeline, you'll find it. Okay, well, I'll do that right now. Maybe we'll take a look at it. I am going to wrap this up relatively soon. I don't know. Maybe I'll do another 10 minutes or 20 minutes or something. We'll look at it. What am I supposed to? Hold on. Let me see if I can just fucking copy what you put. No, I can't. Of course not. What is it? Search Hasanabi Reacts Leftist Pipeline. Okay. Hasanabi Leftist leftist YouTube pipeline. He reacts to Ugopnik. Is that what it is? It's a super short clip and a long vid. Oh, well, what's the timestamp? Like, give me the timestamp. I'm not gonna fucking. Yeah, it's like 2 months old. Yeah, it's an hour-long video, bro. That ain't happening. Like, Ugopnik is great too. I don't even know who it is. I'm not really familiar with Hassan at all. I really don't like his content. 4225. Okay. Yeah.
All right, the left YouTube pipeline, the good, the bad, and the hot.
Hassan Abi, more.
Oh my God. I hate this. 4225-ish. All right, that's close enough. All right, and I'll pull it over here and share it with you guys. We'll see what's what. I'm Tim Pooh. I'm Tim Pooh. La 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 la. I'm Tim Pooh. All right. I guess you guys have to tell me if you can hear this or not.
Entertaining category I can think of. Some of these people spend.
Is that? Can you guys hear that nerd? Category I can think of, and there are sometimes people that need to reactception. I know. I'm Tim Pooh.
Between 5 and 10 hours a day, every day, pretty much living with their chat. They react to others' content, world events, shoot the shit, react to what chat sends them, or analyze this or that subject. Because so much time is invested by viewers who consume this sort of content, there is an inexplicable bond built between the host and the audience.
You hear that THC carts are killing people. You hear that mattresses are killing people?
This bond leads to far deeper trust than
That is pretty good. That's a pretty good Paul moment, man. He found a pretty good Paul moment. That's cool. I don't know. Damn, that far back. Yeah, I guess so. He went digging. Yeah, he really had to dig for that one. I was hyped to see it. So I looked you back up. Oh, cool. Bonito Burrito, welcome. Yeah, all right. Well, that's it. featured in a Hassan video while he was taking one of his frequent trips away to leave his chair to react to this video while it plays. I love this shit. Like, come on, dude. If you're gonna do react content, fine, but like, get a fucking "I'll be right back" sign to put up while you go take a shit or whatever. Don't just leave somebody else's video running on your shit. Like, because you can't make any fucking argument that you're providing any kind of critique or commentary of that fucking piece of work. You're literally not present. You're just like, this is so stupid. He missed the best parts of the video. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, if you're reacting, how are you reacting when you're sitting on the can with your just mic hanging out, you know, in your fucking expensive ass ergonomic chair hanging out? Like, how are you? Anyway, whatever. I don't really care. This is why I don't watch the dude, though. I'll tell you that much. Like, that's just disrespectful. Like, if I gotta take a shit, I'll tell you guys, you know, like, hey, BRB. I'm not gonna like leave somebody else. Like, I might leave a song going or something. But like, yeah, that's what he needs to do, is get like some kind of like little fucking BRB meme song. And, you know, this guy's fucking a millionaire, right? He can afford to pay somebody to make him a couple little things and put on his stream real quick. Being a hot Turk goes a long way. I mean, I fucking guess so. Like DM does, like everybody does. Like, you know. Even BK had one of those. Yeah, even BK had one for when he had a French vanilla. At some point, somebody's going to start selling computer chairs that are also toilets. Oh my God, I'm going to buy one. You have no idea how many times I've got to take a shit. And I'm like, man, I wish I could just fucking plop this out real quick and keep playing my game. Especially if they build one that's got like a bidet, so I don't even have to wipe. I can just sit there, my naked ass on it, you know, and just drop a turd anytime I need to, like a horse. You know what I mean? Oh, God willing. God willing, the world will be that way someday. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I am not the only one. Anyway, I've gone far over the top for you guys tonight. You better praise me for at least a week for doing a ridiculously long, ridiculously interesting ideology. You should all be washing my balls. I'll expect to see that in the comments. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I don't know. But I'm definitely gonna get the fuck out of here. Good night. See you later. Bye.